See Lowe's.com for details.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bonus at realradio921.com. That's bonus. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Welcome to the show.
Tell me, what day is it?
Can you tell me what day it is?
Today is Thursday.
How about Thursday?
Thursday. Just remember Thursday. Thursday. Can you remember Thursday?
Thursday it is.
Well, now that we've got that settled.
What's on our agenda for the rest of the day?
Are you ready to be entertained?
Okay, let's see what you got.
Prepare to have your ribs tickled.
Showtime, baby.
Color me happy. There's a sofa in here for two.
First time in an elevator.
Penthouse.
The Penthouse. Wow, great view. I bet you can see all the way to the ocean from out here.
Penthouse, top floor, got everything I need and a lot more. High ceilings, marble floor, and my penthouse.
Hey, Mr. Greek, can I get your autograph?
Hey, Greek, what's happening, pal?
I'm 6 deep behind a 4. You can't find me.
Oh my God, it's Greek!
You're listening to The Penthouse. Here's The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Yes, you're in the Penthouse on a Thursday, and I know the weather sucks, and people are tired of looking outside. That's all I hear from people. Man, it's not South Florida. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. Nice weather's around the corner. I don't know what corner, but it's around there. At 11:45, we have another giveaway for you. We got a gift card to New York Prime, which I love, my favorite restaurant. You also get chances every hour on the hour to win $1,000. Who doesn't like that? We're going to get into another social dilemma, but I don't know if I can top yesterday's. So much more in the Penthouse on a Thursday, January 18th. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello, and good morning. Here we go, kids.
And good morning, Francis.
Hi, good morning. Happy Thursday. What's up?
Holy shit, it's good to see you.
It's good to be seen, dude. It's good to be seen.
Can I hear that again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Franny? Holy shit, it's good to see you.
Oh, nice.
I love it.
That's nice. Where's that from? Was that is that edited for a movie or a show?
It's from a TV show.
That's pretty good.
I'm drawing a blank as the name of it, but
that's pretty good.
Yeah,
I like that. Good job there, buddy. Always add in a little bit of trims and trussels.
Trims and trussles. Yes, you're so good at those trims and trussels.
It's what I do.
It's actually part of your job description. Add trims and trussels
I put
to
it
that.
on there. Yep. It's self-inflicted.
I'm drinking some smart water today, so hopefully...
Is it working?
I don't know. Jimmy? When I bought it, the girl looked at me and said, I really don't need it. I said, I just like the whole thing. You know, I don't want you to think I need it. She's like, no, whatever. I'm like, I'm just saying. I'm going to get it. So yesterday we had a social dilemma that people even asked me about last night when I was out and about. And we got another one today.
We do. So you guys, okay, let's pick our own adventure here, right? All right. All right. I have two social dilemmas that we can get into. I think this one is one that I'm interested in talking about because even just like reading the subject and the email, I'm like, all right, so what's
go with
the big
one.
problem here? And this is my husband is sharing his lunch with another woman.
Like giving her a banana?
It's not the one I was thinking of.
No, but I have another one too. Shall we decide to go that route? But you want to go with the lunch one?
Sure.
All right.
All right.
So this is Janice, and Janice is writing in, and she said, at a school event for one of my children, I was approached by my husband's coworker, an attractive young woman that I've met a couple of times.
There's the problem right there.
The attractive part?
Yep.
Young. She said she really enjoyed the soup that I made for my husband's lunch last week, and she'd love to have the recipe. So I was kind of confused, but then she tells me that my husband often shares his lunch with her at the office.
Okay.
I don't know if she could see it in my face, but at the moment I was a little bit shocked. I felt like my husband was cheating on me with another woman. Since then, I've only gotten more angry about the betrayal. Am I overreacting? Should I say something to my husband, or am I just being crazy?
I think it shows another good quality her husband has in sharing. And I don't think he's cheating on her. And then it's a coworker. It's not like they're out having a picnic. I think if she
I think that's what she's picturing, right? They're sitting together, just the two of them, and it's almost like a lunch date, and he's sharing his food. I mean, that's just what she's imagining. And, of course, she mentions the girl's beautiful and young.
Yeah, if she was busted, she wouldn't care. I mean, she'd be like, who cares? I don't think he's cheating. What the hell else is cheating? You can't even say hi to somebody.
Nope,
You're
don't
cheating.
even look.
I mean, my God. I mean, that's just being nice to a coworker and saying, like, there's times you bring in food, you ask me, or I have something else.
You've asked me before, too.
That's not cheating. I mean, wow. I think she's overreacting.
I'm with you.
Or make terrible lunches and then he won't reassure.
But the fact that she sounds like she's just stewing on it.
She's
and
jealous.
that's not a soup pun or anything, but she
I
is.
know. It would be a good one, though.
Yeah.
Jimmy, do you think it's cheating?
Yeah, what do you think?
No, I don't think it's cheating at all. I don't think she's crazy, but because that was one of the options.
Yes,
but
right.
I think she's overreacting a little bit. Yeah.
I do too. I think you just got to let it go. If anything, just talk to him. Be like, listen, I make the lunches for you. I think it's nice that you want to share with your coworker, but I just, even saying that, he might be like, what is your problem? But look at us. Watch them be cheating the whole time.
Yeah. Well, if they're having an affair, then it's a different scenario.
Yeah, but the
obviously.
fact that the woman was so open and came up, she's like, oh my God, I love the soup. I want your recipe. I understand, like, she maybe caught off guard, right? That he didn't tell her first. Like, I share my lunch with the cute young thing that I work with.
Do you think you have to do that? Like, come home and say, like, I gave somebody a banana today?
No.
I mean, that's...
No, I am with you. Yeah, she's
That's a little
overreacting.
overly, man. Like, geez, like, I saw somebody at the gas station today. She's hot. Like, Donald Trump's attorney's hot. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay. Want to share your lunch with her?
I wouldn't mind. I don't know, man. I don't think that's cheating. If you guys do, let us know. 877-927-6969. And do you have to tell somebody you're with if you have lunch with somebody? Like, share lunch.
So her questions are, am I overreacting? I think we all think yes, a bit.
Yes.
Am I being crazy? You're not necessarily crazy. You don't want to say you're being crazy. Should I say something to my husband was another one. Would we ever answer that? Should she say anything?
Boy, how do you say something without sounding like
crazy?
you're being jealous?
Yeah.
Or a little bit crazy.
Yeah,
you know.
I
I don't think I would say anything. This is the first time that she's been confronted with this whole situation. Does it say that they have lunch every day? I missed that part.
It's I don't know if the girl did say like he shares his lunch with me. Hold on one second. Let me pull back up the email
there's
again.
multiple times.
Yes.
So this does happen multiple times.
Let's see. She said, I was shocked. She said that she enjoyed my soup on the recipe. I was a little confused. That I made for my husband, and she loved to have the recipe. I was a little confused, but then she tells me that my husband often shares his lunch with her at the office. Often.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was in there.
Yes.
See, the share part is different, too, because say you're in an office and she's in an office. We don't know. And you just say, hey, you want half of this? I'm not going to finish that. That's different than if they sit together every day.
Right.
To me. Because then it's 20 minutes.
And that's the thing. We don't know those little details.
Yeah. So if he's just sharing it and being nice, like I said, you offer to me, I offer to you, that's not cheating.
And clearly this woman didn't see anything wrong with it either, unless she is drama and trying to start something.
Right.
Because, she was just like, oh, it's delicious. I would love the recipe and stuff like that. So.
I don't know. I think if you're in a good relationship, like if you came home and said to your husband or wife, like, hey, had lunch today and I offered Greek a half a sandwich. What do you think of that? That's not.
But it also
it's weird if you bring it up, then you're making something of it. So you wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just the normal everyday vernacular of something happening like that, you wouldn't bring it up.
And I think it's different. Like I believe that Janice may see this woman as a threat.
Yeah, because she said she's
because
pretty.
it could be another coworker, as Jimmy mentioned. Unfortunately, if Janice thought this woman was unattractive or whatever, I don't know if this would have been a message to us. I just don't.
No, I don't think she mentioned
it says attractive young woman. I've met a couple times.
Yeah, if she didn't think she was attractive, she wouldn't even care. I don't think so. She mentioned it.
I don't know about that. I think she still might care a little bit.
Yeah,
Not as much.
I don't think as much.
Not
no.
as much. That's quite possible.
No, I mean, most people are shallow. If the girl was busted, she wouldn't care. She'd be like, go ahead.
I don't know if that's being shallow.
Most
That's
people are shallow.
yes. I don't think that has to do with being shallow. I think that's jealousy. Is what that is. It's insecure. Not shallow. Yeah, that's insecure. And yep.
Yeah, but shallow being that she's looking at the person because the person's attractive is what I'm saying. Is not just looking at the person as a person. That's what I mean by being shallow. As far as you're looking at the person like, well, he's attractive or she's attractive. I mean, that's what I think. But who knows? I mean, stop making them lunch. That'll end real quick.
Yeah, see, it's your fault. I love it.
Quit
I
cooking
love
for your
the
husband.
Justified.com.
Yep.
I love it.
You made him lunch every day.
Yeah,
see?
Stop it.
Yeah, I mean, if she didn't make him lunch, you wouldn't have anything to share.
Or just make him a teeny tiny lunch just for
That's
one.
it. That's it. Cut her half a sandwich and leave a note. Now share this, bitch. And put it in his lunch bag.
By the way, you're sharing his VD.
Oh, God. And you know what? It's a compliment to her because obviously her lunches are good.
She did. The woman wants the recipe.
Yeah, so that's a compliment. I don't know. I think it's overly in all shapes and form. I mean, I don't know. I would never think that's cheating. I don't know. Call me reckless, call me crazy, but that's not cheating. I mean, it really isn't. I mean, it's going to come down to the time that you can't even say hi to somebody. You know what I mean? So
for some people, they can't.
Yeah, well, share your opinion with us. 47142 is an easy way to do that. That's the text line. You just have to start it off with Real Radio.
Wow, that's a tough social dilemma right out of the gate.
I know. Sorry, I didn't mean to make
tired.
it so. I know. You guys done? You guys just want to wrap it up?
I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
Can we,
I think, we're done.
call
Right?
the end?
That's a lot. I mean, I got to be honest.
I know you got a best of ready somewhere in there, right?
Always have a best of ready.
I mean, I got to solve the world's problems already. I mean, it's pretty
It's not even a
difficult.
Wednesday. It's not even WWGD.
If you think this one's bad, if we get into the one that I have too, boy, that'll really knock your socks off.
Oh, man.
You want to talk about shallow?
Can we wait a little bit? I don't know if I can do back to back right now.
Yeah. We'll delve into that later.
All right, let's do it then. I'd rather get it back to back and get it over
yeah?
with.
You want to get it over with?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the way I'd look at it. Same as a romp. Like, let's just do it now.
Yeah,
I need a break.
We'll
in
do it
between.
live.
Yeah, do it live.
You need a break?
Give me a banana.
Really? You're in great shape. Why do you need a break?
Yeah, but if you know people who are in very good shape,
Yeah.
they give their muscles a little break in between their sets. So that's
Sex or sex?
Sets or sex, whatever.
Same thing.
You need time to let them recover before you go back and try to lift heavy again or have sex again.
I'm not going to argue. I'll be like, okay.
Need a little recovery time.
Whether we're waiting, we're doing it right away, I'm not going to say
you
anything.
can push harder then.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
I'm working out.
Good to know. Good to know.
What are you talking about? Getting a flat? I mean, pushing a car?
1025.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. My apologies.
You and your days.
I get a hard time. I get names confused and days. And days.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Didn't
know. Had no idea.
I never get Jimmy wrong. I never get Francis a couple times.
Yeah, I was going to say you
Yeah,
have.
a couple times. What are you going to do? Trump's lawyer's hot.
Thanks for showing up, Frank.
It is
Trump's
a better
lawyer's hot.
Just thought I'd throw
must
that
be
out.
nice.
We're going to come back, I think, and we're going to come back with the trifecta this day in history. And Jimmy's got another social dilemma. We'll get into it. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
When C-Lane said aneurysm, I've seen a couple of videos.
Of people having aneurysms?
Yeah. There was one where, I'll try to see if I can find this. He was just like walking into the lobby of a building.
Click favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Rollover crash, and this is causing big backups in Boca Raton. It's Federal Highway at Yamato Road. This is a spot you will want to avoid. You have some heavy delays in the area. Also have another one in Boca on Federal Highway. It's at Northeast 20th Street, Northeast 5th Avenue. 95 is looking good. We're accident-free in Palm Beach County. We do have a crash also, Hypoluxo Road, right at the interstate. I'm Joel Mount.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
Hey, it's the Greek from iHeartRadio from Monroe's of Palm Beach, celebrating an 11-year anniversary. Join them January 20th to celebrate 11 years serving Palm Beach. Prime rib and open bar, prizes all night long. It's Monroe's 11-year anniversary. Beautiful ladies, a 5-star menu, open to 5 a.m. This is a party you definitely want to be at. It's Monroe's 11th year anniversary party. Peace!
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, read-alouds, and giveaways, it's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Here's what Floridians are saying about Storm Smart Custom Hurricane Protection.
We can't tell you how perfect the installation is. We were over the moon pleased.
The hurricane shades on our lanai are so functional and beautiful. They block incoming rain and sun and allow me to see out.
The next hurricane season will find us very well prepared.
We will absolutely endorse Storm Smart.
Call 866-61-SMART and start designing your custom Storm Smart screens and high-impact windows today.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Valentine's Day is here. This year, give the ultimate gift. Name a star after your sweetheart. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For 45 years, we've named millions of stars for celebrities, dignitaries, and individuals worldwide. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can give the most memorable gift. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack Street Survival is designed to save lives. The one-day hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control through exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Cloudy and mild today with temperatures in the mid-70s. Scattered showers and an isolated thunderstorm will be possible through this evening. Then cool again tonight, cloudy too, with temperatures in the mid-60s by Friday morning. A cold front arrives late Friday, allowing for cooler and drier air to filter in for the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in. Don't forget 11:45, your chance to win a gift card to New York Prime, my favorite restaurant. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
It's time for a trifecta and this day in history.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, the Ravens got some good news yesterday. Mark Andrews practiced Wednesday for the second time. He is their all-pro tight end and also Lamar Jackson's favorite target. He's been out for a long time, and there is a chance he could play this Saturday against the Texans. The Lions and Tampa Bay are playing on Sunday, and one of the defensive backs took a shot at Baker Mayfield, and it's a war of words. I don't know why these guys do stuff like that, but they do. It goes back to coaching. They should talk to them and say, hey, let's not give them any bulletin board material to get them a little psyched. But, you know, it's just not a great thing to do. Baker Mayfield did address it and say, oh, he must not watch some film because he took a shot at Baker Mayfield. Shanahan, also the coach of the 49ers, took a little shot at the Cowboys when they were asking him, like, you know, when did you start getting ready for, you know, Green Bay or Dallas, whoever your opponent was going to be. And he responded after the first quarter. In the game last week, a little shot at the Cowboys, which was pretty funny. Bad night for the local teams. The Heat got beat bad in Toronto, and the Panthers lost last night in overtime to the Detroit Red Wings, and the Canes got beat by Florida State. So not a good night for our teams. Always give them a lot of praise, but last night we took it on the short end of the stick, if you know what I mean. And that is your first trifecta. Over to Jimmy for this day in history.
On this
Well, we're going to travel back 246 years and start in 1778. That's when English explorer Captain James Cook became the first European to discover the Hawaiian Islands when he sailed past the island of Oahu. 128 years ago today, in 1896, the first college basketball game was played with 5 players on each side, and it was an experiment conducted by the University of Iowa. They invited students from the University of Chicago. Chicago ended up beating Iowa 15-12. 81 years ago today, in 1943, the government declared a wartime ban on the sale of pre-sliced bread. They did it to conserve resources during World War II. They were worried about the amount of additional wax paper used to wrap individual slices. So from then on, only whole loaves were sold until the end of the war. 49 years ago today, 1975, The Jeffersons debuted on CBS. That show lasted 11 seasons. I didn't remember that it was that long until 1985.
Wow, I didn't either.
A little fun fact, the theme song was sung by Janet DuBois, who played Willona Woods on Good Times. 48 years ago today, in 1976, the Pittsburgh Steelers beat the Dallas Cowboys 21-17 in Super Bowl X. Pittsburgh's Lynn Swann was named MVP after setting a Super Bowl record with 161 receiving yards, including several juggling acrobatic catches and a 64-yard touchdown pass by Terry Bradshaw, of course. 39 years ago today, 1985, Jerry Garcia was arrested in Golden Gate Park while freebasing cocaine in his car.
Nice.
He had 23 small bundles of drugs in his briefcase beside him. The main thing that gave him away was an expired registration.
Oh, man. Can't get a break.
38 years ago today, 1986, Martin Luther King Jr. Day was first celebrated as a national holiday. And finally, 26 years ago today, in 1998, Titanic won 4 Golden Globes, including Best Drama, Best Director for James Cameron, and Best Boobs for Kate Winslet.
Really?
And that's what happened.
I didn't know that was a
you
category.
Didn't see that one? You didn't see that one? Yeah,
Nope.
absolutely. It was there.
No idea.
And that's what happened on January 18th in our history.
Did they still do that award? They stopped.
Best boobs?
Was that just
They don't broadcast it. You know how sometimes they do the awards beforehand?
Oh, okay. Those are the ones that don't show the audience?
You don't see all of them, you know.
No. Yeah. You mentioned the Cowboys. You see McCarthy's back on?
Yeah.
Yep.
They're not going to make a move. People
Yep.
were
No
surprised.
Belichick going to the Cowboys.
Yeah, so that rumor's done.
Uh-huh.
No more Belichick. People were shocked that Jerry didn't make a move, but a lot of people thought that as the days went on, and it was too, that he wasn't getting fired. Usually the MO was to get fired right next day. So looks like they're going to stay what they have. I know a lot of Cowboy fans, some happy, some not. And that's just the way it's going to be. But it was big news that they have said already, hey, we're not going to fire him. Jerry Jones says the loss is on everybody, including himself. He said, even me, it's my fault. So,
All right, Jerry.
Yeah. He goes, we all need to do a better job. The players, the coaches, front office, me. So I guess maybe and who knows, he might have called Belichick, and Belichick said no.
I'm good.
Yeah, and maybe he's like, well, who are we going to get anyway?
Yeah,
And-
we don't know.
Yeah,
We
but
don't.
but people did expect him to get fired.
Another playoff news, too, not with the athletes. The 4th coldest game in NFL history where our Miami Dolphins are out over there in Kansas City. Did you hear that 70 people had to seek medical treatment in Kansas City that were at the game?
Really?
They said yes. At least half of those people treated at the game were experiencing, what do you think?
Frostbite?
Hypothermia.
Yeah.
Yep. They said that a few of them ended up in the hospital.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's scary.
Not surprised.
I bet you that dude that was wearing the shirt was one of them.
He was probably fine. He probably had 17 shots of bourbon in him.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, it was cold.
Yeah.
I mean, and people don't
And
realize.
they said that at the final whistle, temp was -9, felt like -28.
Oh.
The thing.
Can't even
You can't
imagine.
have skin exposed in that kind of
Yeah.
temperature. And of course, you got guys running around with no shirts and no gloves and things like that.
Imagine running out to your car and like, oh man, it's trying to start it at 11 o'clock at night. Well, the good thing for the Chief fans is they won. Because if the Dolphins beat them, that would have been even worse if they had to go out there.
Were they Dolphins fans?
Yeah, sure. We don't know that. Good point, Jimmy. They're all from Miami and Fort Lauderdale, the people who ended up being sick.
Was McDaniel one of them? Did he have his floods on?
He didn't wear his floods. I know. I looked at that. A lot of people were
Yeah,
asking
he was
that.
pretty well bundled up.
Yeah.
As well, everybody else was too. It's not a shot.
No. I thought he was going to have it. Imagine if he did have his floods on. That would have been great. That would have been big news. People would have been like, what? He's coming out with his floods? Tariq Hill wore short sleeves.
A lot of the Dolphins did. And I'm watching and I'm looking at Kansas City. They are all, they got their long sleeves. They know what they're doing. I was like, how the hell are they playing? And I understand movement and action warms you up, but still, there's there's some standing time too.
Yeah, his thing was like, it's not that cold. It's in
I mean,
your
he's
mind.
played there too.
He's played there. It's still cold. I don't care if you
I'm
played
with
there.
you.
Nah. To be in short sleeves.
Yes.
And like you said, people got sick. That's not a great thing
Mm-hmm.
at all. Hopefully they're okay. Imagine you calling work the next day. I can't come in. I went to the Chief game last night. I froze my ass off. You'd be like, all right, no problem. 877-927-6969.
All right. I got a couple things about the social dilemma. And then I know Jimmy has one too. This woman was a bit upset, and she's like, I'm acting crazy. Is it a thing? Is he cheating? Because her husband shares his lunch with a attractive young coworker, and she found out because they were at some kind of an event, and the young woman went up to her and was just like, oh my God, the soup that your husband shared with me, it was so delicious. Can I have the recipe? And then said that he shares his lunch with her often. And she did not like that to the wife. So we asked your opinion on it, and of course, don't get many serious answers. 47142.
Sounds like our audience.
As long as he's not tossing her salad, it should be okay. We got on there.
Wow.
Uh-huh. I'm with Greek on this lunch thing. Is she interested in a threesome? Got on that. I don't help me. I got to look this up. But they said the coworker he's eating lunch with name is Sharon Peters. Why does that name ring a bell?
Sharon Peters. I don't know.
Is that like a porn star or something?
I don't know.
Sharon Peters.
Is that Trump's attorney?
Is it?
I
don't know. I gotta look into it.
Trump's attorney's name something with an A.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was like, I wasn't understanding. I have to look into that.
Be careful before you look that up.
And then this person says maybe the husband doesn't like what the wife is making, so he pawns it off to other workers.
Yeah, maybe.
Uh-huh.
Kids do that in school.
They said also maybe a detail here is who initiated the lunch sharing first. I don't know if that.
Well,
Can you
you
imagine
can't-
be like, hey, can I have your lunch every day?
I was going to say, you can't offer, it's got to be the person who has it. You can't really say like, hey, you going to eat that? Because I want it. That's a little Scooby-Doo-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you could say, hey, I bought this sandwich. I'm not really going to eat it. Do you want it? When I get sandwiches.
Soup's a little odd, though, isn't it? Like sharing soup.
Yeah. Especially if he's feeding her.
Yeah, that makes it a bit odd.
Isn't that sort of, not really a shareable type of a lunch to some extent?
If she puts it in like a big thermos, I guess you can put it if you have mugs or bowls in the kitchen. You
Maybe
can
something
share
like
it.
that. Sure.
Yeah.
Suppose she's like sitting on his lap and he's spooning her.
That's
Spooning her or feeding her with a spoon?
Both.
That might be a bit much.
Then I can see her saying something about the soup. Hey, the soup's awesome. Do you want some?
Hey, you get a sub. You get split half of it. That seems a little bit more normal.
Yeah.
Soup. I just thinking about that. Like,
I don't know. Brian Mudd's married, and I always give him half my Joseph sandwiches a lot of time. I'll come in. I'll be like,
cute. Is his wife mad about it?
I'm going to find out.
I'm pretty sure you two are having an affair, so I'm not surprised.
We got to talk to Ashley, see what she thinks about it. She
I
may
wouldn't
not
mind.
be okay.
He's got a fat crib, nice house on the water, so I wouldn't mind. But she might think, hey, maybe you're sitting around fooling around with Greek. If you guys have an opinion on us, text us, call us, or email us. We felt as a committee, absolutely not. The guy's not cheating or doing anything wrong. Yeah. He's just being nice. But like Franny said, we might find out 6 months from now they ran away.
Who knows?
Who knows what other details are there that we're not seeing.
Exactly.
And there's always that factor.
We can only go by what we're told.
Yes.
Exactly, right? So, like this one, right? So, this person comes right out and says, I know this might sound shallow, and I'm okay with that. Another social dilemma, another relationship dilemma. I'm currently caught in a love triangle on my own doing. Neither of these guys, and this is a woman talking, neither of these guys know about the other. So she's dating two different people.
Okay.
And now I'm getting strong feelings for both of them.
That's impossible.
I know
That's
it's
not impossible.
I know it's at a stage that, one has to go, right? I mean, I can't keep dragging this out and that type of thing. So here's the dilemma. Oh, Greek, you're just going to be so disgusted by this.
I knew it's coming too, and I didn't see it.
Guy one is extremely attractive. I mean, underwear model hot. He's also extremely romantic and thoughtful. However, he has a mediocre career. I'm not going to get into what he does for a living, but it just isn't,
okay.
big money.
All right.
Guy number two, he's cute, and by cute, I mean he's attractive, no doubt, but not the smoke show that guy number one is. He's also has an amazing career, like he's done very, very well for himself. With that said, when it comes to romance, big time lacking on that front. I don't know what to do. Any thoughts or advice would be great. From Stacy. Sounds pretty shallow to me.
I know me.
So go with the smoke show or go with the guy with the money?
Well, see, because the smoke show also, she not only did she say he's hot, but also the romances there. It sounds like they get along better, but he has just a mediocre job. She doesn't build up this other guy as much as she does the
true.
good-looking guy.
Very true.
She doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
She just the best thing she had to say about him is that he's got a great job.
Right. Versus what I got. I mean,
listen, if I was smart, I'd go with the money, but I know me, I'm going with the smoke show. That's romantic.
I think the romance part is the side that sways me a little bit
and
more,
me too.
which happens to be the smoke show.
Me
guy.
too.
Yeah, that's the way I would go.
It sounds like he's got the whole complete package, except he's not rich.
Yeah.
G-Man, we know what you would do.
I'm just saying.
It's a tough one because that's
Yes.
I mean, the two criteria that Greek has.
Yeah. I hear people
Money
every day.
and being hot.
Yeah, I hear people every day who are famous or not getting divorced.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of one of my good friends recently, and I was shocked, and he was just like, we just got tired of each other. But I never hear anybody come up to me and go, I'm tired of money. So I'm going to go with B for the kids at home.
I figured as much, but
I don't know. It's a little tough. But she's banging both of them. First of all, she's a little bit of a scoostamad.
Well, she's just dating. I mean, you can just date people and not be in a serious relationship.
She's banging them. Come on.
I didn't say she wasn't banging them.
That's say.
Yeah, she's banging two guys at once. That's not right.
You've never banged two girls at once in your life.
I'm not on trial, Your Honor.
I was gonna say that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't put yourself in an exclusive relationship and you just want to date because you don't want to be committed. People bang other people all the time.
And maybe the other guys don't even know about the other guy. And again, it's the woman stepping on people's dreams.
See?
That escalated.
Quickly.
Yes. What about you, Jimmy?
I would probably lean more towards number one just because it sounds like they have more in common and they get along better. Because you made a very good point when say she really boasted number one more.
Yes. And that's how I took it. It seems like that, yeah, the one thing, she's like, the other guy's okay, but he's got a great job. Share your opinion. And man, we did not understand this whole Sharon Peters thing. 47142, start off with Real Radio. I got like 7 text messages from different numbers telling us what it is. So it's, all right.
It's not Trump's attorney.
The original text message.
Woman of the year?
Yeah, the coworker is eating lunch. The coworker he's eating lunch with name is Sharon Peters. And he spelled it SHARRON. And then last name Peters, PETERS. And we were like, what? What is that? So many people are like, says she's sharing his Peter. Somebody else says, come on, Franny. Sharon Peters equals sharing his Peter, LMAO. Franny, come on, sharing Peters, like Sharon D's. I mean, we got so many people. They're like, sharing Peters, Wiener equals Peter. Another person, sharing Peters is pronounced sharing Peters. Ha, ha, ha. So all these people were like, how did you not get this?
All right.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking about Sharon D's.
Oh, I wasn't either.
I wasn't either.
I thought it was somebody who was like a smoke show,
They're
like
all
a name.
They're all like, how did you
know?
not get this?
No, I assumed it was like a porn star or something like that.
Me too.
It was supposed to.
Political candidate, somebody. We didn't get it, so thank you for enlightening
Yes, thank you. Now we know.
All right, just call me Peanut. Right over the head.
If you meet somebody in the next 24 hours, hi, what's your name? Sharon Peters. Okay, thank you. Now I know who you are. I appreciate it. 877-927-6922.
Oh, you know what? This is actually a pretty good segue, Jimmy. And I know it's not on there yet, but because I saw this story about that woman whose name with her initial and her last name, the email just changed because now we're talking Sharon Peters. I mean, that's unfortunate, I guess, if that's your real name, according to these texters.
If that's on your American
But there's a
Express.
pretty good name. Like, so growing up, and I still have my maiden name. I never took on Brown, but I hyphenated on all my social media and stuff like that. But my name is Frances Lumpierre. Starts with a U. I have no middle name, and so in art class when we had to. Your little ashtrays you made for your parents who don't smoke.
That's cute.
You would always
that don't smoke.
you would put your initials on all your artwork, and so the kids would giggle, ha ha ha, because mine was FU. And so my art teacher would make me create a middle initial.
Oh, okay.
Just so the kids would be, because they
Wouldn't
just
do
thought
it.
when you're young, that's the funniest thing in the world.
How about if we
cussing.
don't make ashtrays, pal? We do something they need.
Yeah, so FU. So it was funny, and now I appreciate it. Like I have earrings that say FU. Like
Oh,
I
really?
love my
Yeah,
initials. Yeah,
Of course,
it's great.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
great.
play off it.
As a kid.
Now, you really don't have a middle name, though.
No, I
right?
don't.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
that's
just
all I
made
got.
that up
Yeah.
for school.
My teachers made me, yeah. So the kids wouldn't poke fun. But this woman has it funny. It's her first initial and her last name.
Well, this is very common that this woman has to go through, right? And apparently there were people that replied to her social dilemma that was talking about this. So a lot of companies have a general email structure where they take the employee's first name and they'll take their first initial and then combine it with their last name, right? Okay. So this woman's name is Samantha Hart.
Samantha
So
Hart.
when you put that together, you have S Hart or Shart at suchandsuch.com, right? Well, if you don't know what a shart is, it's when you do something disgusting in your pants. So, and of course, every time she goes to a new job, she has a problem with HR going through this dilemma. This has happened like 3 or 4 times to her. So she posted a video about it, explaining it. And, everybody gets a good laugh at it. But there were some people that also responded with other names that had fallen into the same type of category, where a woman replied that her name is Allie Hole, Holle, A-hole.
It's unfortunate. Yeah.
Another person wrote her name is Tamsin Rash. So it would be T Rash or Trash, right?
Trash, yeah.
Another one said that they had a coworker. His name was Paul Enos. Well, again,
I knew his brother.
Yeah,
I got, penis.
Yep.
And someone also said that they worked with a Patrick Ecker. So these are just some different names. Some other person wrote that their last name was Null, Null, and of course that screwed up their database because you put null into something and it nullifies it.
So yeah, you don't think about those things, but sometimes with those work emails, it's your first initial and your last name, and so that was the issue with her. Yep.
Yeah. So she shared. I thought the responses were as funny as her little bit of a dilemma, but it's pretty funny.
It's very unique with certain people. Imagine if HR calls you like, "Oh, what's wrong now? You got to change your name. We got to give you a different initial for your email." It is the Penthouse. If you have any situations similar to that, let us know. Also, we have some social dilemmas that you guys can jump on, have an opinion. You could text us or call us at 877-927-6969, or you can text us, Real Radio 47142, or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. That is the way to get involved with the show. We also have an opportunity for you to get a new word. That's right. A keyword's coming at you at an 11 o'clock hour where you can make some cash. Who doesn't want $1,000? And Franny, what are in the Florida stories?
Well, we got a lot going on in Florida here. This dude did one hell of a feat after getting shot in the head. I'll let you know what happened with that. And why did a strip club dancer get arrested after a bachelor party? What did she do?
Uh-oh.
I have no idea.
That's terrible.
This is a mystery.
It is a mystery. And this one, why is there not a law already with Florida? They're cracking down on something that I believe should have been a law a long time ago. I'll tell you what that is and give you those details on the other stories in your What the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
When you give up trying to teach your parents how to use their smart speaker and take it home, tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
We have a crash in Boca Raton on 95 southbound. This is just north of Glades Road. No lanes are blocked, but it is a little bit slow in that area. Also have a couple of crashes along Federal Highway in Boca. This is at Northeast 20th Avenue. And you have one at Yamato Road, and that is a rollover, and that's continuing to cause big delays. I'm Joel Mountain.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart.
Uh-oh.
She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer.
Go to takeahealthystand.org.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Well, hello there. Join me at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino to celebrate a new era in gaming. With live craps, roulette, and sports betting now available to go along with the biggest selection of slots in South Florida. Plus, all your other favorite table games. Complement your night with my award-winning fine dining and casual fare options, lively bars and lounges. Or catch your favorite A-list entertainer at Hard Rock Live. Discover your rhythm today. Go to hardrockholly.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Paid for by government.com. Did you know the United States Mint has issued a new Morgan silver dollar coin in proof condition for the first time? Not only that, they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 400,000 of these legal tender silver dollars were issued. These first ever Morgan silver dollars are brand new with stunning mirror-like finish, minted by the iconic San Francisco Mint. Call now and you're guaranteed a new first ever 99.9% pure silver proof Morgan dollar. To learn more, call 1-800-222-3967. If you order now, you will receive a free coin collector bonus pack, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-222-3967.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Cloudy and mild today with temperatures in the mid-70s. Scattered showers and an isolated thunderstorm will be possible through this evening. Then cool again tonight, cloudy too with temperatures in the mid-60s by Friday morning. A cold front arrives late Friday, allowing for cooler and drier air to filter in for the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt Tax Services, home of the Money Today guarantee. Can't wait weeks for your tax refund? Then don't. At Jackson Hewitt, get money today if you're approved for a no-fee refund advance loan on a prepaid card. Book today at jacksonhewitt.com. No-fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at realradio921.com. That's credit. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
That's pretty funny that one went right over your head there, Franny. Get it? Sharing Peters, like as in a unit. Sharon Peters. That's funny.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Sharon Peters is very popular. I even got text messages on my personal cell phone. People were listening and going, "It's Sharon, you don't get it?" I'm like, "No, I didn't get it."
I'll tell you what, Jeremy. I'm in that same boat with Franny on that one. That went right over my head, too.
Right over. But that's why you're here, to help us out.
That's right.
We could use all the help we could get.
It's a show.
First of all, our mind doesn't go to that
No,
level.
you
We
guys are a bunch
think
of
of two people
perverts.
just being platonic and just being friends and coworkers.
Yes.
You know what? Who
Yeah.
would sleep with a coworker?
No, I get it. And it didn't even... whatever. Hi, what's going on? This is Franny. Hey, Jimmy, what's up?
Hello, and good morning.
And, of course, G-Man. Hi, Greek.
This show has a lot of morals and values. Sometimes we have
I
to
can never
find
find them.
Sometimes you got to find them.
Oh, okay.
Jimmy does. Jimmy has a lot of
We
morals.
put him in a really good hiding spot so we can't
Jimmy
find
has
him.
a lot of them. And then
He
I would say,
does.
you're next. All right? And then I would have to be honest. I'm third. There's no doubt about it. Jim, would you agree with that? That assessment?
I'll let that go.
You really agree with that? You have the most. I mean, come on. Franny's right behind you, and then I'm third. I mean, I'm honest with that.
Why not?
I might stretch the rubber man a little. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. I hope you guys have a great day. Do you share a lunch with your coworker? And is there anything wrong with that? That was one of Social Dilemmas. We'll get back into that after some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Okay, well, man, a scary situation happened, and it's like one of those things like, how the hell did this guy manage to do this? This happened in Holly Hill. There was a guy in the hospital after surviving a gunshot wound to the head. So the guy was shot in the head during an argument over a woman.
Oh, man.
Around 3 a.m.
Pancakes.
What?
I just said maybe over pancakes.
It was a woman.
Yeah.
It wasn't he wasn't arguing with a woman. The argument was over a woman.
Okay.
Yes. So they said that this 44-year-old dude, after getting shot in the head, walked a mile to his friend's house and then made that call to 911. My assumption is there's not much around in that area. No other houses you can go to. He didn't have a cell phone.
Well, that was nice. He called on his own.
But the dude said I was sound asleep, and he just knocked on my door, his buddy. The 911 call asked, the victim's friend about the scope of the injuries. He was like, his head, his face, shot in the back of the head, and then the face.
Oh.
Holly Hill Police Chief confirms it was one gunshot, just went straight through him. The man who allegedly shot him was 33-year-old Christopher Hastings. The victim had to go into surgery. He's out of surgery, they said, but still remains in pretty serious condition. The fact that he walked a mile. People can't even walk a mile. Some people can't even walk a mile without a gunshot to the face.
That's true.
Yep. They said that they ended up arresting the suspect, but neighbors were surprised to hear about this. One said, of course, right? You never thought this person could do something like that. You always hear those kinds of things.
Of course. Yeah, you always hear that from the neighbors. Oh, my God. He never seemed to be like that.
Yeah, and even the neighbors like, we left one certain area because of violence, and we thought we were moving into a nice area, and then look at this. We try to get away from those things, and now this is going on. It's a super quiet neighborhood. But, yeah, Hastings was arrested just 8 minutes after the initial call was made. He was found with the gun that they believed was used in the shooting, and now he faces several charges, including attempted second-degree murder. Is it worth it? Even after a girl, is she worth it? Now you're going to spend a very long time in prison if you're found guilty. Yep. And then next up in your What the Florida, it's like, why is this not a thing? So there is a Florida bill that's going to crack down on illegal body dumping. Now, you should think all body dumping would be illegal.
Certain areas. Certain areas in Jersey, it's okay.
Is it?
Yeah, they don't bother. Another body.
Oh, my God. So, I apologize. My page is frozen.
Don't be frozen.
I don't want it to be frozen. It says, do I want to wait for it or do I want to exit the application?
Exit. Move on to something else.
All right, we'll move on. Hopefully I can get
that story's pretty self-explanatory.
There you go.
You can't bury bodies,
all right.
people.
Crack down on illegal. They're cracking down.
We got
quit illegally dumping bodies.
Well, it's about time.
Yeah, that's right. We got to draw the line someplace.
And now we have a dancer. And no, she's not a ballet dancer or tap dancer. She is an adult entertainer who likes to dance on a pole. And Sheriff Rick Staley said deputy said that Sheriff Rick Staley was returning from an event. This is on MLK Junior Day. It's like 3 p.m. when he noticed a car with pretty heavy damage to its passenger side. So he approached the vehicle. The driver, Crystal Miller, was unable to provide a driver's license. And they also say that Crystal told Staley that she was a dancer at a strip club in Daytona and was at a bachelor party with some other girls. She had that she was returning home and she became really tired. It was a long day. She worked her ass off. And so
Literally.
She had run off the roadway. She also told deputies that damages to her car were old and that she'd got into a ditch, but claimed it was not an accident. However, she was carrying a black handbag and deputies were able to spot a glass pipe and plastic with partially crushed pills inside of it. She was detained, and she also was like, all right, well, since I'm detained, I might as well tell you I got some coke on me, too. And so they did. They found the cocaine in her center console. They knew where they were going to look for it. Deputies found additional narcotics and drug paraphernalia inside of her car that she did not own up to. And so now she's facing charges of cocaine possession, heroin possession, fentanyl possession, marijuana possession, and several other drugs. Yes, and several other drug-related charges. And that is your What the Florida.
True, man, that's tough. Good job there, Franny. Way to rock and roll. Do it 11:05 and 1:05. You guys give it to us, and we bring it back to you. Florida stories that are always pretty crazy and bizarre. At 11:45, your chance to win a gift card to New York Prime, my favorite steak restaurant. You will enjoy it and have a great time.
I have a couple text messages. Let's see if they answered my question for me. But do you guys know, just out of nowhere, says Franny, have you ever heard of the term asshole?
Asshole?
Yeah, have you?
No.
Have you?
I've heard of it.
But do you know what it means? An asshole.
Not necessarily. I don't know what they're meaning by it.
I don't either. So if you can help us out with this one.
I can think of something, but I can't say it on the radio.
Ask questions, but you're an a-hole about it. That
Maybe.
Something along those lines.
Could be.
Just putting the two things together.
What do you think, G-Man?
Is that runway open?
All right.
Just asking.
Is that what it is? You're asking? Oh boy. And then the situation with the woman, the model dude who is very romantic and she digs him, but his job is just okay. And then you have the guy who not that romantic, but he's got a great job.
Yeah.
And so they were like, I would go with the guy with the money. Just get a side piece or a pool boy. Greek 101 is what we have on there. And then said you can get guy number 2, who's the one with the money, get guy number 2 fired, and then you do his boss to get him to hire guy number 1.
Oh, that's a good plan. Well, I like that. Yeah, that's creative. Get
Now
his
that's
address.
our audience.
Yeah, that's impressive.
And I have a feeling Jimmy and I can answer this for Greek, but this is directed towards you, G-Man. It says, question for G. You got 2 hookers.
Yeah.
One's really hot, but very expensive. The other one's not so hot and is dirt cheap. Which one do you go with?
Oh, more expensive.
Of course.
I mean, come on.
I know.
It's it's just something you're as a kid. You think if it's more expensive, it's better. It doesn't mean that, but if you drop dead and you're having sex, you wanted to say like got caught with a hooker, $2,500 a night, not somebody $35.
Okay.
My mother would have a heart attack.
I think either way she might. And then we have please. I'm not going to do it. Jimmy can, but somebody said please, pretty please explain to Greek what a shart is in detail. I don't know if you really need detail for it. You know what a shart is, right?
No, I have no clue. No clue.
Jimmy, you want to do the honors?
Nah.
You're good? All right. You can just look it up.
Look it up.
Yeah, look it up.
I'll ask our boss.
And then to me, they're like, it's so sad you never had a middle name. I think you should ask listeners to suggest a name today based on your bubbly personality. I am afraid of what you guys would say. So, and then we also have, has Greek ever been to Pine Barrens? Is that something else that's going to go over my head?
Pine Barrens?
Is that in Jersey or here?
I don't know. Why are you asking? I don't know.
I don't know. I think that's the place where they used to bury bodies. I think that's what it is. I could be mistaken. Jimmy,
The
is Ray
Pine
Bell?
Barrens were home to many rural backwood families.
Where is that at?
Oh,
What
all
state?
All right. Yeah.
Florida?
New Jersey.
Oh, so yeah, I thought you. Yeah, I think they buried a lot of people.
Same type of, or at least that type of concept. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Throw a
don't
body
know
in.
what happens there.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
anything can go on, yeah.
But I have been in Hoboken.
It's kind of like Secaucus.
Secaucus, home of the world's greatest pig farm.
Yeah, they say if you're thinking this location is dangerous to visit because of high rates of crime or natural disasters, it's not that kind of place. The Pine Barrens of New Jersey aren't dangerous. Rather, they're infamous for many bodies that have been recovered from the vast woods.
All right, so we were right.
So that's where you're dumping the bodies, I guess.
All right, so we get some partial credit for that. So at least we're trying to get on some stuff. At least we know where some bodies are buried in New Jersey. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Always get involved with the show, 877-927-6969. You can text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are the ways you guys can get involved in the show. So the Cowboys, again, have decided to keep their coach. A lot of Cowboy fans have an opinion on social media all over the place. And, Jimmy, you were surprised that Jerry Jones didn't fire him?
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. How long's he been there? This is 3 years now?
Yeah, he's going into his 4th year.
Yeah, he's going into his 4th year, and that's about as long as Jerry seems to give you. I know Garrett got a little bit longer than that, but not too much, so we'll see. I mean,
I think Garrett was there long. I mean, 9 years.
Was he there?
I think 8 or 9 years.
Okay.
I could be mistaken. Franny, what about your husband? What do you think about the coach not getting fired?
Oh, I don't know.
You didn't ask him.
No, we really don't talk sports that much unless we're watching it.
You know, come home and go, what do you
Nah.
think about Jerry Jones?
What do you think about them? How about them Cowboys? Yeah, no.
Have you said that this week? I just ran out of the house and closed the door.
Yep.
Have a good day. What about them Cowboys? You just run to your car.
Yeah, no, we haven't discussed it.
Oh.
I'm sure he's on his forums. I mean, he's always on Barstool. I mean, he knows what's going on.
Of course. He's a big
Talk
Cowboy
about it.
fan. That's why I'm asking you. And the Cowboys seem to get everybody more up in an uproar than most teams. And again, hats off to them that they're even getting a little love this week and they're not even in the playoffs. They lost last week, and you know what? We got the Elite Eight, and it definitely should be a good weekend for sports and for football. But if you guys want to get involved, you can call us, text us, or email us. And also, don't forget, 11:45, you had a chance to win a gift card to New York Prime, and $1,000 comes at you every hour. That is your great opportunity with the keyword. Make sure you do. We want a winner. So somebody come up with it. And
yes, we want to say that you won $1,000. It's like bragging rights for us. When you win here on this station, that means that not only are we happy that you won $1,000, but we did our job telling you to go get that $1,000. It makes us look good too.
Yeah, and our bosses are happy about that. I mean, they really are, which is crazy.
Yep. So a lot of us stay in hotels. Unfortunately, some people are in situations where they're living in hotels at this point because just life sucks. But if you are one who's ventured hotels, I'm curious because people come up with things that they do only in hotels that they don't do at home.
Okay.
Is there anything that you guys can think of off the top of your head that you do at hotels that you don't do at home? I mean, obviously, like a room service, that'd be awesome, right?
Yeah, room service.
But
I mean, you have to have sex if you're in a hotel room.
you don't do that at home? I don't know what things you do. I mean, maybe. Sometimes the getaway is the only time it happens, I guess.
Don't worry about the
It's,
sheets.
the old quote-unquote hotel sex, right?
Let me just try to think. Room service, I think, is the biggest thing.
Mhm.
Like, you feel like you
I mean, there was a hell of a list, though. So, I mean, we'll get into them. I'm just trying to think of what personally y'all have done.
Not much. I have the same to me. If I'm there or home, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to think. I mean, nothing really. It's a place to stay for the night while we're on vacation or something. I don't think much of it outside of that.
And this is a Reddit thread, so you have some interesting answers, and some of you might be like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense," and some of you are like, "Oh, that's kind of odd." So people do this. This is a list.
There's probably a lot of disgusting things on there.
Oh, I'm sure.
People that
But over 1,500
Dude,
people shared their hotel confession so far, and they're surprisingly innocent. Not too many are crazy, but things that you do at a hotel that you don't do at home.
Still soap?
Well, that was on there. But inspect the sheets for bugs before using them. People are like, I don't do that. I don't check my bed before, to make sure that there's bed bugs.
Oh, why would you?
Mhm.
Yeah. That's
a no-brainer.
Take long showers. And by that, I mean very, very long.
How long?
I guess longer than they do at home.
Really?
Take maybe, yeah.
If you're not with somebody, I mean, how much longer?
Yeah,
do
but
you
also
stay?
maybe water bill, and then you got to worry about the heater too. So that
Okay.
maybe that's why it's not on their dime. I mean, yes, it is. They're paying for the hotel, but they're not worried about that.
Okay.
Set the thermostat to either frosty or balmy, is what they say.
Oh, all right.
Because you're not paying for it again.
Yep.
Not paying the electricity.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. Just toss your wet towels in the corner of the bathroom. Things that people do at hotels that they don't do at home.
How about take a bath?
Yeah.
No, I mean, you don't have a bathtub at home.
Yeah.
That could be one. That could be one.
I agree.
I've always been. I'm not I'm not a bath kind of person. It's not my thing. I'm just showers all the way. But especially bathing in a hotel, I don't know. It kind of creeps me out because I think about how many other strangers.
But suppose it was like a
in the
fat
tub.
crib, like tub with candle lights overlooking a mountain.
We had a beautiful hotel room when we were just in Mexico with a jacuzzi tub in our room.
And you didn't do it?
Nope.
Really?
I just think about all the things that happened in there. And then in the same thing, I could be like, well, all the things that happened in this bed. Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
Cross that off the list.
Somebody said, watch cable TV. I don't pay for it at home, so it's new and exciting to me.
Oh, well, okay.
Right? This one we said, call room service.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. They said at home, my wife would not be impressed if I called her phone and asked her to bring me a burger in bed.
Give it a shot. See how that goes.
G-Man mentioned this. Take soaps. Have sex with someone I didn't know existed an hour ago. Okay.
Oh, that's true. Because you
Uh-huh.
might meet somebody in the hallway.
Yep.
That happens.
Things people do in hotels that they never do at home. Check the Bible for money.
Ooh, I would never think of that.
Me either. Now I'm going to start checking Bibles for money.
Really? Are there even Bibles in hotels?
I was going to say,
Yeah.
I think,
It's been a while. You're right.
I think they stopped that. They were always in for years.
The last couple we've been to, they're not
yeah, I
there.
think they stopped. They had to come
Yep.
back.
Pay $15 for a beer. Things you do in a hotel room, you don't do at home.
That's true.
Uh-huh. They said I never wear a robe normally, but when I stay in hotels, I'm not sure what it is, but I love to clean myself up and wear one of those robes that they provide.
Oh, they're shit because they're nice. They're
Uh-huh.
brand new. You put it on, you feel good. I've had so many people take them and not realize that they got to pay for them.
Yeah,
So many stories, and it's on your credit card. And it can be expensive,
they can.
like $200, $250.
This one, the first thing I do when I walk into a hotel room is jump and belly flop right onto the bed. I never do that on my own bed.
Yippee!
Somebody says I put a do not disturb sign on my door. Although maybe I should do that at home too. Yep. This is I love having a little picnic on the hotel bed after a long day of exploring. Watch some random local TV and just relax. I do that too. So if we get the double beds, I say one bed is for room service for eating on that bed, and the other bed's for the other stuff.
Room
Yes.
service.
Yes,
Right.
yes. Something you do at hotels, not at home. Looking for hidden cameras.
Oh,
well. If you got to do that at home, you got problems.
Can't trust nobody around here.
Nope. And then finally here, and you can add on to this, they were like, I love to stand naked in front of the window and look down at whatever city I'm in. I guess they don't do that at home. So those are just a few from the Reddit thread, things that you do at hotels that you just don't do at home.
This guy, when you say about standing naked, this guy was telling me he gets a beautiful suite at the Hard Rock, but it's, I guess, on one of the lower floors, and it overlooks the pool and everything.
Okay.
And he's a big guy, and he says that he always stands out there naked. Like people are walking
Playing helicopter.
and people are like walking by.
I've told you guys this story. Yes, helicopter. Years ago when we did a broadcast at the Ocean down in Fort Lauderdale Beach.
Okay.
And they gave a beautiful room, and we were right there. And I'm saying floor to ceiling, just glass windows, gorgeous. And it was right on the beach. And just where we were in the corner. And this is when I just maybe was with my husband like 3 or 4 months at the time. And he came with me. And there was the beach volleyball courts, and people were playing. A lot of kiddos were playing. And so we get there, and my husband's changing because we were going to go down the beach, but he's completely naked. And he just goes up to the window. He's like, ugh, and he's doing the helicopter. And I was like, they can see you. I was like, look, there's all kids on the beach. He was like, there's no way. He was like, these got to be
I
like,
never heard
well,
that.
he thought that, that it was one of those the windows where you could see out, but you can't see in, the mirrored ones. Yeah. And so we go down the beach. I look up, you can see clear as day into our room.
But nobody called you.
Guess what?
No.
Guess what, homie?
Thank God. Well, because I stopped him quickly, and he was like, what are you talking about? Nobody can see in here. And then we go down, I look up, I was like, yep, you can see everything.
At least nobody called you.
That's true.
I mean, that's a little different. If they called you, then it would have been like brutal. Then you got to stop. If you got any of those stories, call us 877-927-6969. Have you ever been in a hotel and maybe somebody you were with was a little crazy or didn't have clothes on? I got a call one time at the W in New York when a girl I was with was changing and didn't realize the offices were right across the street. And they were calling the W saying, there's a girl naked in your room. I was watching the game, not paying attention. I was on the other side of the room. And then I went over to her and I said, you can't change here. There's, there's offices right there. And she's like, oh, okay. I didn't realize it. Thanks. If you ever got stories like that, let us know. Call us. 877-927-6969. We also had a couple social dilemmas.
Maddie playing helicopter.
There you go. And then you're playing volleyball. You're hanging out. You're like, what's going on? You go down to order your food. They take care of you right away. Hey, what do you need?
Come here. You get VIP seating.
There you go. My God. You want cheeseburger? What do you want? Milkshake? It's on us. If you have any of those situations. We also had a social dilemma where a gentleman was sharing his lunch with his coworker who was attractive, and the wife found out and she felt a little bad. Would that bother you, and is that any form of cheating? As the Penthouse, we all said no, we don't think it's any form of cheating. But I guess, the woman did feel like, she's cooking for her husband and making stuff, and he's sharing it. Do you think that is wrong? Super Bowl is coming up in less than a month in Vegas. I read an article about hotel rooms, some expensive, some not so much. Definitely outside of Vegas. They said between $200 and $1,000 is their rates for hotel rooms. I think that's a really low estimate, but that's what they said that they are. And if you're thinking about going to Super Bowl, you better make reservations as soon as you can, because the longer you wait, the harder.
Yeah, and I would have a feeling it's already booked.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's anything.
Yeah, you would think. So we got the text back at 47142 about an ask hole. They said it's a person who constantly asks for advice, but always does the complete opposite of what you told them to do.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. Somebody goes, I know what a touch hole is. Okay.
What?
Let's see.
You want to touch it?
Want to touch it?
Oh, let's see. With hotels, I always take home the little soaps and shampoo and conditioners. We have somebody with the hotel things. Somebody said Francis Anne Umpierre, FAU. We go like, hell, they named a higher place of education in your honor for a middle name. Yep. And somebody wants to know, what's the difference between motel sex and hotel sex?
Motel's cheaper?
Yeah, it's the price of the room, yes. My brother likes to take Hollywood showers. That's why my water bill is so high.
Hollywood taking long showers?
Hollywood showers. Does that mean he's
like a movie star?
Or like diddling himself in the shower? Is that a Hollywood shower? I don't know where I'm going.
I just assumed that money, so you take a long shower.
See, you guys are throwing so many things out here. I don't know. I feel like I should know things. I'm like, I don't know.
Everything's sex.
Well, after that first one.
Oh my God! Taking a Hollywood shot means he's playing.
I don't know. They said I don't take tub baths. I love it. In hotels or motels because I don't know how many bodies were cut up in there.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they do freak me out. Somebody,
where are you staying?
Ice bath with a kidney. I don't know. They said I do have a do not disturb sign at my house. I use a magnet and attach it to my front door anytime I'm home during the day, whether it's lunchtime or I'm taking a nap.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
You know what? That's actually a pretty good idea. If you don't want it, because nowadays you got the Ring doorbell. A lot of people do where you can see who's there and you don't want to answer it. But if you just don't want to be bothered, just put a big old do not disturb sign right outside of your door.
When you were mentioning it, I was thinking more along the lines of going to your own room and putting it on so that your spouse doesn't come in to bother you.
It's actually pretty good too.
I'm sure that'll go well. What do you mean, do not disturb?
Do not disturb. Yeah, that should go over great.
I'm laying down. All right. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll come back with a trifecta 11:45. Your chance to win tickets to New York Prime. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
When C-Lane said aneurysm, I've seen a couple of videos
of people having aneurysms.
Yeah. There was one where I'll try to see if I can find this. He was just like walking into the lobby of a building.
Click favorites.
Mm-hmm.
The news junkie, weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
No major backups going on along 95 or the Turnpike. The interstate right up to speed on the Belvedere curve. We did have a crash southbound just north of Spanish River Boulevard on the right shoulder, but that's not causing much of an issue. And as I said, the Turnpike is looking good as well. I'm Joel Mountain.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Hey, it's the Greek. Florida just got another gem to add to the palm trees and beautiful weather. Sports betting, baby. Download the Hard Rock app today. It's simple and easy to use. I've been on it since day one, and I love the action. You can bet on your favorite team every night. And when you first sign up, you get a no-regret $100 back. It's sports betting in South Florida. Download the Hard Rock app today. Offered by Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-A-MINUTE.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with the Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
There's no better time than the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Promo code CLAY to save 25%. That's lifelock.com, promo code CLAY.
Hayes the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Pets!
Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Heat had their 3-game winning streak snapped in Toronto last night. The Heat had an ugly start to the game and trailed by 35 at the half. NFL news: the Ravens have signed veteran running back and Florida State product Dalvin Cook to their active roster ahead of Saturday's playoff game with Houston. DraftKings line is the Ravens favored by 9.5. That's the first of 4 playoff games this weekend. At hockey last night, the Panthers lost in overtime to Detroit. I'm Matt McCoy.
From the versatile EQB to the sublime EQS sedan, Mercedes-Benz makes electric extraordinary. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Learn more at MBUSA.com/EQ.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, welcome back into the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether that's 92.1, 101.7, or, of course, the iHeart Radio app. This is Franny. Good morning to you, Jimmy.
Hello and good morning.
And, of course, G-Man. Good morning.
Thank you, Francis. Good morning, everybody. Jimmy, let's get into a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
Last night was not a good night for the South Florida teams. Panthers lost to Detroit. The Heat got crushed by Toronto. And the Canes lost to Florida State. So it was a clean sweep on the bad side. Hopefully all 3 teams can bounce back and get into the winning column. Talked about the Super Bowl last segment. Post Malone is going to be singing America the Beautiful. That was just announced by the NFL, and we did talk about that. Most people do know this. It was announced a long time ago. Usher is going to be doing the halftime show. The big question left is who's going to be in the game? That is the big one, and most people do feel it's going to be the Ravens and the Niners. But we'll see this weekend because there are 2 games on Saturday and 2 games on Sunday, and we'll have a clearer picture as we get down to the Final Four if the Niners and the Ravens are still on the path to meet again in the Super Bowl like they met years ago. And the Detroit Lions, one of their cornerbacks is talking some smack with Baker Mayfield. They think that's a bad job. Baker shot back at him at a press conference. And Eminem is giving the Lions a lot of love. He's been a big fan and from Detroit, the 8 Mile. And now they're starting to feel like, is every team need a big celebrity? Obviously, the Chiefs have Taylor Swift and Eminem for Detroit. But Eminem even told Coach Campbell, you can put me in the game. I'll play. They decided not to put Eminem in the game. But he is definitely an ambassador for the Lions. Been a fan for years and obviously loves Detroit. So he's rooting like you know what to hope that the Lions make the Super Bowl. They're one of the 4 teams that have never played in the Super Bowl. And the other team is Houston, who's never played. And then you got Cleveland and Jacksonville. Jimmy, who do you think has a better shot to get into the Super Bowl, Houston or Detroit?
Oh, boy, I tell you what, after last, and again, reacting to last week, you want to think Houston. But I would say overall, Detroit, I think, is a better team.
Yeah.
Just overall.
And Houston has the Ravens, number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
That's tough.
Who they have to go against. I mean, both teams have a tough road ahead.
Yeah. Well, I think Tampa, they got to rather go against Tampa, Detroit, than the Houston and Ravens. And the Ravens are home. And Detroit's home.
Yeah,
so they got
week,
a little bit. And the weather's not supposed to be good in Baltimore this weekend. So that could be a factor in that game, too, on both sides of the ball. A lot of interesting things. The Final Four is this weekend. Remember, don't miss the action. Get in the action on your Hard Rock app. And that is your trifecta for lunchtime. For anything interesting on the text line that we had going on, because we had some interesting stuff before.
Just one more thing about what somebody does at a hotel that they don't do at home, and I think a lot of us
Bang
do
the
this.
maid.
I probably do that at home too. Things I do in a hotel room that I don't do at home: remove the comforter and all decorative pillows, wipe everything down, knobs, remote, bathroom hardware, etc. down with Clorox wipes. Drink and eat in bed. No food or drinks allowed in bedrooms at home except for water. So there you go. That's one of the texts we got.
It's pretty interesting. Let us know if you have anything that you want to add to this, the hotel list. Also, we were talking about social dilemmas that we've had all week. And the one we did have on the table is about a woman making lunch for her husband, and she shares it with with his coworker. So there was this heiress who got $27 million. I don't know if any of you guys saw this story in Australia, and she wants to give the money away.
I have. To charity.
To charity, and she wants people to help her do it. She's going to find some people. She said she's going to give away 90% of it, I believe. Very generous of her. She got it from her grandmother and also felt like, hey, I don't deserve this. $27 million. It's pretty rare that somebody's going to do this. She's also going to ask people to help her where she should donate it to in Australia. Different charities and different things like that. Pretty rare that somebody's going to do that much money. That is ton. What do you think the rest of the family's saying? Like, wow, you're going to give away all this money?
Yeah, and they're just fine. So, yeah, she is rich and even without this, right? So she's 31 years old.
Oh, so okay.
Yes. And she is not Australian. It's Austria.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Close enough. So, not geographically, but,
Whatever.
So
starts with A.
Close enough.
Thanks, Jimmy.
And just what she said, she's like, I've inherited a fortune and therefore power without having done anything for it. And the state doesn't even want taxes on it.
That's
said.
awesome.
Yeah. And she's already an activist and founder of, it's called Tax Me Now Initiative. But she is saying that, yeah, she wants to put this money to some good and put it into charities, which I think is really cool.
Bet on the Ravens this weekend.
She's going to pay 50 strangers to help her. So not only is she going to do this, but yeah, her name is Marlene Inglehorn. And her grandmother is the one who left her a bunch of money. She died back September 2022.
She was 95.
95, yes. And she said, she doesn't really need money. She's set up. And so she has told people that she wants to help out, as G-Man mentioned, the 90% of her fortune. And she's going to pay 50 people to help her do that. They said that she started her search for the 50 chosen, sending out 10,000 invitations to random Austrians over the age of 16. And the group will be comprised of people from all ages, federal, state, social classes, backgrounds, and they'll be asked to contribute their ideas to jointly develop solutions in the interest of society as a whole. And she says a service to democracy. And, she said, I have no veto rights. I am putting my assets at the disposal of these 50 people and placing my trust in them.
So she's looking for different charities or people?
People, but they have to
suggest
create, develop solutions in interest of society as a whole. So they have to come up with suggestions. And she said that, she's vetting these people. She sent out 10,000 invitations to random people in Austria. And if they take her up on it, then she'll pick the 50 to see and what she believes in, their contributions, what she thinks is going to be the best. And as I mentioned, she says that she has no veto right. So she's not even going to have any say after she picks these people, and just hope that, like she said, she's going to place my trust in them, hope they do the right thing.
It's amazing. I mean, because, again, people are going to just pick their own charities that they like or they believe in, whatever it is. And it's also amazing that she's giving away this kind of money, but God bless her.
Yeah, so they're going to, meet together, this group. She said the group will convene in Salzburg with academics and various organizations, and they're going to be doing this from March to June, and then each of them will be paid pretty handsomely for their time.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep, she said that travel costs will be covered. Each participant will be paid approximately $1,300 for each weekend of discussion they attend.
That's nice.
I'm showing up every weekend.
Yeah, we're not missing a weekend.
I will be there every weekend. And she said that childcare, interpreters, all this stuff will also be available on site. So she's getting them ready.
That's nice. I mean, it's very nice that she's going to, and she feels like, hey, I got this big fortune. I didn't really do anything for it, and I'm going to give it away. And 90% of it she's going to give away, which is fantastic anyway.
Yeah, her family owns what is Germany's chemical giant BASF.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
No wonder.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
oh, it makes sense.
Yep.
But good for her. So, I mean, obviously, she's got this money, $27 million?
And she got it from her grandmother, and
Yep,
she's like, I didn't earn it. I didn't deserve it. So try to do something good with it.
Oh, that's great. You know what? It also sounds like she's trying to focus on like local charities that are like on a smaller side. Like you could give to Humane Society, things like that are pretty well known, Red Cross or whatever. But it sounds like she wants to find something local, something small, but vet them so that they're not just trying to milk them for the money.
And also, I think she's open to people creating certain things that they can contribute to their community too. Maybe something that's already established. Yeah,
that's great. I like that.
I do
like
too.
The sound of that. I had something similar to that. We'll get into the other part of the article, but Bill Gates is doing the same thing because that was part of this article too. He's trying to what's he worth about $140 billion, and he wants to donate most of his money by the time that they pass away.
Tell him to call me.
Same type of thing. Yeah.
Call me, Bill. I'd love to help you out, brother, in that situation if you're struggling with it. No, it's tremendously nice. It really is. Some of these people that have so much cash and they want to donate it and help out charities or contributions to, cancer or any research they could do, I think that's very, very nice. Like you said, this woman, $27 million I was reading, and she's going to give away 90% of it. God bless her that she's in that position because that's rare. A lot of people will be like, you know what, I'm going to keep it. 877-927-6969. That's the number you have to know. Because you're going to give it a call in a couple seconds. We're going to let you know why. We're going to have another giveaway we do every day at 11:45 in the Penthouse because we want to thank you for listening. And every day we try to give you a giveaway that puts a smile on your face. And today's is a New York Prime gift card. You'll love the place. Great atmosphere, great food, great selections of wines. It's all there, New York Prime. Give us a call right now at 877-927-6969, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Jimmy will get you set up, and then we'll play He Said, She Said. That is a quote that Jimmy reads. And it's a game he came up with. That is an excellent game, a game I get a lot of comments about that people always try to guess. And if you guess it correctly, you're on your way to New York Prime with a gift card and a good time. So call us right now at 877-927-6969. That is the number. And if you want, I will park your car. That's right. I will park your car. Franny, you can't beat that, right?
No, not at all.
Gift card, I park your car.
No. You
Don't forget
to meet Greek too. So
thank you. You don't mean that. This Saturday night, Monroe's. That's right, 11-year anniversary. We were there day one, and they are celebrating, serving Palm Beach County and taking care of them with the beautiful ladies, 5-star menu, and a DJ that'll rock the house, and prizes all night long. 11-year anniversary, Monroe's of Palm Beach this Saturday night. Waka Waka. Make sure you get there. Always a great place to watch a game, have a good time with your friends or UFC, whatever's going on. Monroe's always make it better. And don't miss this party because it's going to be unbelievable. And the ladies will be there helping you to blow out the candles. 11 years. That's right. Monroe's has been there and done a great job. And we were there day one when they first opened up. So we don't want to say we had something to do with it, but we had something to do with it. Kitty, love them at Monroe's, our sponsor for years. Good friends of mine, and just a great staff and beautiful ladies that'll always make any evening a special evening. Monroe's of Palm Beach this Saturday night, their 11th anniversary party. Franny, can you believe it's 11 years?
I know, it's crazy. Time flies. Really does.
God.
So you mentioned Post Malone was going to be doing America the Beautiful. And I don't know if we talked about this, but Reba is going to be doing the national anthem.
Oh, Reba
McEntire, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, cool. I saw Post Malone. I didn't see that.
Yep, she's going to perform the national anthem for the big game.
Oh, yeah.
So sure she's going to crush it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's very talented, too.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, he definitely is. Post Malone. And her, and then you got Usher doing halftime. So they were going to get all three different demographics out there.
There's another woman that they said is going to perform, but I'm not really familiar with her. Let's see in the article. We've got Reba doing the big game national anthem, Post Malone, America the Beautiful. And then Andra Day is going to do her rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing. So,
all right, cool.
Yep.
Jimmy, are you ready?
We are ready, and we're starting today's contest with Rick. Rick, welcome to the Penthouse.
Hey, guys.
Rick, what's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
We're doing good. Who do you think's going to win this weekend in football?
I'm just not. It's up in the air still with me.
Okay.
Not sure.
Do you like steak?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Well, let's see if we can get you set up with a $100 gift card to New York Prime. I'm going to read you a quote, Rick. All you got to do is tell us, did Greek say it, did Franny say it, or did I, Jimmy, say it, okay?
We got it.
All right, here is your quote. Because it's hard to do it by yourself. Because it's hard to do it by yourself. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
That's something Greek would say.
He might. I might. Or, in our case, Franny happened to say that particular line. That was this one right here.
Because it's hard to do it by yourself.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry about that, Rick.
Sorry, Rick. I didn't even know, so it came out of my mouth.
Next up, we have Josh on the line. Josh, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing, bud?
Thank you. Good.
Been listening to Real Radio a long time, Josh?
You're damn right.
All right. I like the confidence.
Damn right.
What have you learned from this show?
Franny's a babe. About it.
Well, I'll take it.
All right.
That's all you need.
All right. Let's see if we can get you set up with a $100 gift card to New York Prime there, Josh. I'm going to read you a quote. You just got to tell us, did Greek say it, did Franny say it, or did I say it? Here is your quote. I tried to get your ass. I tried to get your ass. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
Well, Greek seems like an ass man, so I'll go with him.
Yeah.
Nice job.
That's right. Greek said it. It sounded like this. Hold on, I got it right over here. And
I tried to get your ass.
Mm-hmm. All right. Great job, Josh.
Maybe once.
Now, if you would, hang tight for a couple minutes. When we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we'll get you set up with that $100 gift card to New York Prime. All right, pal?
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Jimmy, for your help. Great job, as always. If you could watch the Super Bowl with one celebrity or a famous person or a ball player, who would it be? You on a couch with a celebrity or a ball player or somebody that it could be anybody. It could be somebody you look up to, somebody you enjoy. Who do you think it would be? Jimmy, anybody at the top? I think I know yours, but go
I
ahead.
do too, and I think I'm going to steal yours.
We've answered it. Yeah,
I think I'm going to steal yours just specifically because it's football.
Yeah. Peyton.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd love to sit and hang out with him and watch a game.
Be pretty cool. Franny, any of the top?
Oh, I said I'm stealing his just because it's specifically football related. I think Peyton would be awesome. I think he'd be fun.
Yeah, just hang out,
Yeah.
have a good time. Barkley.
And just the commentary and just cracking jokes. I think it'd be fun.
I think I'd go with Halle Berry just to like hang out, watch the game.
Oh, nothing to do about the sport.
No.
Just the company.
No, she's a big football fan.
Wow, makes sense.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
She's a big
that.
fan of the pigskin.
I didn't know
From what I
that.
hear.
No
Allegedly.
idea.
We can make some popcorn.
It's funny we talk about this, and I bring up Peyton, of course, and we often joke about that Saturday Night Live skit
it's
that he
great.
did. Well, I just happened to see it again the other day, and there's so much of it that I forget because I always think of the beginning part where he's like throwing the football and he hits the kid in the back of the head and that type of stuff, and he's like, "Come on, man, you got to put a little effort into it." There's also that part into there. Remember where they're all gathered around a car and he's got like a coat hanger and they're trying to jack the car.
Yes,
And he's like, "Oh, cops, go!"
I got to revisit that.
That bit is so awesome.
do.
I tell you what, it is just, and it's not. That was a while ago.
Oh,
wasn't it?
yeah.
I mean, he was a young player at the time.
I would say at least 10 years ago, maybe longer.
yeah.
Then he puts the kid in the porta potty, right?
Yeah.
He goes, go in there. Oh, my God. And then when he hits the kid in the back of the head, like you would think that's maybe a Nerf football or something like that. You would, because he really nailed the
Well,
kid.
that and they do a good job with the sound effect.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like boom. I mean, they got a real good sound effect. to go
Yeah,
with
then he
it.
tells the one kid he sucks. Oh, man, that was hilarious. It is. You're right. And you talk about some stuff you watch and you say, does it hold up? That holds up.
Yeah.
I mean, it is so funny every time. He's great. He really is. He's got a knack for it. I think Eli's getting better. But, yeah, his stuff. Eli now, though, seems to be on more commercials than Peyton. I mean, every time I
Is
turn,
he?
it seems like
I didn't notice.
he's on a lot of different ones. He does the Corona one now, where he's handing out the beer to the people. He does a couple different
I
ones.
don't know if
Eli.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, they're all on the beach, and
I don't think I've seen that one either.
Yeah, he's on the beach and he's handing them Coronas.
Well, Corona often uses that beach, right?
Yeah.
They did the same with Romo and
exactly.
Snoop Dogg.
Answering the hotline. Snoop, that's right.
Yeah.
Snoop, yeah.
Yeah, but it's Eli on the beach, and he's got like he's at at a game, like a vendor or stuff like that. But yeah, he's funny. But Peyton, man, that thing, I got to tell you, you never stop laughing. It all reminds me of Ted too. Sometimes I turn Ted on the movie, one or two, and it's fun.
And you should be happy the show's come. When's that show
It already
start?
started. I
Did
watched.
it start
I watched
already?
a couple of the episodes.
Oh,
It's
no
cute. Yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
But
It is.
Wahlberg's not in it, right?
No, because it's a younger version of him.
Yeah.
Yes, but
It's a
Ted is
prequel.
still Ted. Ted is.
Is he still cursing?
He's still same old Ted. Seth MacFarlane voicing him, but it's just it's just a younger version. What's his name? Is it Johnny? What's Mark Wahlberg's name?
I thought it was Johnny.
Johnny.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
so.
it's just he's in high school basically.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Ted wanted to. Some
The
of
show's
those
cute.
lines.
It is. I think is that Peacock? Sounds
I'm not
good.
sure, but some of those lines are hilarious. Like when he's dating the girl at the supermarket and just different things that they did, just unreal. And when I first heard about it, like everybody else, you're like, Mark Wahlberg's doing a movie with a teddy bear? Who the hell's going to go see that? And it was great. And then they had was that guy a wrestler, Jimmy? You remember Flash? Or was it?
It was a show
Yeah,
back
it was
in
a
the
show.
day.
Oh, he was like a superhero.
Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was it? Yeah, Flash Gordon. Yeah, that was so funny. And then they
He's all
remember,
coked up and just runs out the window, like busts through.
and they try to get Tom Brady. Oh man, that was hilarious.
That's for some reason. Call me crazy, but that's the scene that always comes to my mind.
Oh my
They're
God.
going to try to steal his.
Oh, and that's
stuff,
number
his man
the
stuff.
second one. Yeah.
And the whole Boston connection with Brady, and then they're at Fenway Park. But it was, I don't know. I find it to be hilarious. I really do. He's beyond belief talented and funny and just one of those guys that everything he touches seems to be like it's gold every single time. But the Peyton Manning one, Jimmy's right. Revisited that. Peyton Manning on Saturday Night Live. Go to YouTube or download it. You'll see it. It is so funny. And it seems like it's so real, too. That's why I like it when he's out there with the kids and talking to them, where you would first think he'd be like really encouraging to the kids. But he'd like bust them up. And he's like, come on, man, get involved. It is the Penthouse. We always appreciate when you guys get involved, whether you text us, call us, or email us, or show up at one of our events and say hi. We always appreciate when you guys get involved because with no you, there's no us. It's a team effort. That's why every day at 11:45, we like to give you a giveaway. And today was New York Prime gift card. We're excited about that. I hope you have a good time and enjoy yourself. And don't forget, again, we'll tell you tomorrow and Saturday in Monroe's Saturday night, 11-year anniversary party.
Just watching them just grow up before our very eyes. Just
it's
very nice.
unbelievable.
Yep. So it's nuts. It really is.
Seemed like only yesterday.
It was only yesterday.
It was only yesterday.
Maybe I'll stop by. It's been a long time.
Cinnamon's actually going to college now. It's amazing.
Wow.
She finally earned the money.
How old was she?
Yeah.
She's only going to college now.
Well, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Some people earn a degree later in life.
That's true. Good point, Jimmy. It is the Penthouse. We'll come back with some fun facts about jogging.
Sure, why not?
All right, we'll be back. Peace.
Be like the smart kids, like the summa cum laude of your workplace. What? Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. Woo! You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Midday drive looking good along our Palm Beach expressways. Checking the traffic cameras. We're up to speed on 95. Turnpike is accident-free. Make sure you slow down for pedestrians on the commute. That's traffic on Tuesday.
This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
Hey, it's the Greek from iHeartRadio from Monroe's of Palm Beach, celebrating an 11-year anniversary. Join them January 20th to celebrate 11 years serving Palm Beach. Prime rib and open bar, prizes all night long. It's Monroe's 11-year anniversary. Beautiful ladies, a 5-star menu, open to 5 a.m. This is a party you definitely want to be at. It's Monroe's 11th year anniversary party. Peace.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with a Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, read-alouds, and giveaways, it's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s this afternoon. A few showers and an isolated storm possible through this evening. Then temperatures in the 60s tonight with more clouds through Friday. Highs will remain in the mid-70s before much cooler and drier air filters in for the weekend. Highs in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
On Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you're having a good afternoon. After the Penthouse, it's always the Greek Zone where we break down sports gambling, handicapping lines, and we're going to have a special guest again today, Rob Vino, joining us from Philadelphia, from WagerTalk.com. See what he thinks about the big Elite Eight in the NFL. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Francis.
Hi, good afternoon to you.
And we have a time for some fun facts. We don't know what they're fun or facts.
Definitely not fun. Well, this is actually fun, and I just saw this today, and I was like, you know what? This is here. We've been giving away tickets to this. I'll probably be there tomorrow night. And the South Florida Fair.
Oh,
so
yes.
I saw this at the Palm Beach Post, and this is what I'm going to be doing my fun facts about. This is things you need to know about the 2024 South Florida Fair. Now, I'm excited about this. I've mentioned it plenty of times. If you hear the commercials, it's dive into the fun as a theme, right? If you are not aware, it's ocean conservation and marine themed this year, and including the shows. So with the whole dive into the fun theme, there's going to be a show featuring live sea lions, a live shark encounter with an aquarium, they said, that's full with these toothy predators. the live stingray encounter, where patrons can safely view and even touch them. They're going to have dueling pirates, which is a performance. It's going to feature a huge set, pirate ships, and an 80-foot high dive. Sounds cool. On the ice, you can head, because, inside they always have the ice skating show. You can head for the marine-themed Ice in Paradise show with world-class skating, they said elaborate costumes, and so much more.
They have ice skating?
Yeah, they always have ice skating in there.
Wow.
You never seen it?
No.
So inside, where they have the hypnotist and they have like like vendors and stuff like that. There's that one area.
I hate to say it, I've never been. So
let's get you to the South Florida Fair.
Yeah.
Going tomorrow if you want to join us.
Okay, let's go.
I think we are. I think we might check it out tomorrow after work. There are some new South Florida Fair rides. In addition to dozens of favorites making a return to the Midway, expect 4 new rides to be in the mix. The Venetian Carousel, the Drag Strip Mega Slide, the Tesla, don't know what that is, and the Cyclops, which is a machine that swings like a pendulum with a craw holding rider, holding riders that rotate. Yeah, I'm more about the atmosphere and the food. The rides these days I can't. There's some I can, but all of them just spin. That's all they do. Just spin. And by the time you're done, you're like, ugh.
Feels like after the show.
I love it, yeah. I love a roller coaster, and they have a couple. I love a good roller coaster, but these that just go round and round and round. The new fair food to try, Rosie's Nachos, which debuted at the fair last year, but they were actually featured on the cooking channel's Carnival Eats. They said, so go check them out because they're going to be serving up some newer creations. The banana cream pie nacho is one of their new creations.
Banana cream
pie nachos.
Nacho.
Yep. I'm guessing it'd probably be like the fried tortilla dough, maybe with like cinnamon and sugar, not like your normal, right? If you're going to do it like that. That's just
interesting.
And guess what? It is. I'm reading it. Features tortilla chips tossed in cinnamon sugar, then topped with banana pudding, whipped cream, graham cracker crust, and fresh banana pieces.
Oh, you're so smart.
Get some, it says. Get some. New vendors include Big T's Concessions, featuring outlandish gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches. The Crumb Up, serving gourmet cookies. Sparky's Pork Rinds, dishing up all kinds of pork rinds, including barbecue, Old Bay, dill pickle, and ranch flavored. And another place called Daizon's Chinese Food. These are, for fun facts, I'm letting you know a couple things about the fair. If you're not aware, fair hours, noon to 10, Monday through Friday, 10 to 10, Saturday and Sunday. Closing day will be January 28th. And just a couple rules you need to know. They are saying Friday and Saturday nights, all guests under 18, and I remember they implemented this a few years ago, must be accompanied by an adult guardian 21 or older with an ID. And that's even when entering the fair, you got to show them, right? Maximum of 4 minors per guardian. And purchase of admission and a ride wristband is required for entry for guests ages 11 to 17. So there you go. If you're bringing a bag, ladies or guys, has to be clear plastic, vinyl, or PVC bag. And then you can use like a small clutch if that's what that doesn't have to be clear, but it has to be 6x9 if you're going to enter with a purse. And just one more heads up, I will be there this coming Wednesday on the 24th for the bike night, which is absolutely blast. If you've not seen it, they do a parade around 6:30, 7 o'clock, and all the bikes, and I'm talking hundreds of people enter their bikes. And you can too.
That's cool.
You just got to go to South Florida Fair's website. Yep, you can absolutely enter if you have a bike that you want to enter in the bike night. I'm talking about motorcycles, like you can't come on your Schwinn.
Don't come on your two-wheeler.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, so it should be fun. I believe I'm going to be on the lead bike. I'm going to be on the back of the lead bike. So,
cool.
Yeah, it should be fun. That'll be that's Wednesday. And there you go for some South Florida Fair information.
Great job, Francis. Thank you. Fun facts about the South Florida Fair. Jimmy, who do we have on hold?
We have Chris on the line. Hey, Chris, welcome to the Penthouse.
Hey, Penthouse, how you doing?
Good, Chris. What's up, bud?
Nothing much. Quick thing here. The playoffs, Greek.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you like right now? Who do you like this week for the next round?
I mean, we've talked about it. I think all 4 games you can make a case either way. But I'm going to lean Ravens a little bit more. I think they come out strong. And the weather's supposed to be bad. I think Houston's a different team.
I've been riding Detroit because of the momentum. That's where I'm going right now. Do you think that's a good idea?
With what?
Detroit.
Detroit. Detroit because of their momentum right now?
I mean, I don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, because you know what? Baker's got a lot of momentum too, and that team looks fast. I like the over in that game, to be honest with you, more so than the game itself. I like the over in the Niner Packer game too, more so than the game itself. I just think these guys are going to score some points. And Detroit definitely because it's in a dome, and I think 11 of the last 15 games have gone over. So I do like the over in that game. And the Chiefs in Buffalo, I you know what? I really think you can flip a coin. It's going to be a great game. I'm looking forward to it. And there's not many things I look forward to in my life, but I am looking forward to that.
Okay, good to go. I appreciate the insight. And the other thing I wanted to call about was because I listen to this show and Real Radio every day, and because I do, my wife does. And I just wanted to give her a shout out while she's at work and let her know that she is the best ever.
Nice.
Sticks by my side. She's supportive. She's my best friend, and I love her more every day.
Great.
Aw, that was so sweet.
That's so nice, and you're very lucky both guys are to have each other in your life.
What's her name, Chris?
No, her name's Stephanie. I like to embarrass her at work.
Oh, hi,
Stephanie.
Hello, Stephanie. Thanks for listening.
Yes, and it's great to be in love with somebody. So we're happy for you, Chris.
Absolutely. She is my bestie. And one more request, if you can, Greek, could I get any kind of misspeak for a little Babanya time?
Sure. We'll give it to you. How old are you?
Oh, me, I'm 45.
All right, maybe Jimmy can find 45 for you.
Oh, you're a rock star, Greek.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with you.
This is your Greek Misspeak Review.
What do you want it to be a box of?
Box of Panthers.
Yes, I was going to say.
Panthers?
Panthers.
Do you follow your husband?
But he does not have an Instagram account.
Okay.
He
If he
does
did,
not.
would you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It'd be
Does he
weird if
follow
I-
you?
He does not have an Instagram account.
But he doesn't follow you?
Are you paying attention?
It's like the wedding. I'm going for a reason.
Can you say that again?
You don't know what people think at the time.
True.
You might have been like, hey, I mean, even if somebody gets pulled over the radio. Sure, courtside seat. You're sharing jets, submarines, everything else. Does it say to you how bad it is you're leaving the champs? That's the top of the pinnacle.
I don't know what the f you just said, little kid. You're special, man.
You know when you see something in print, anyway, for myself, and it hits home, you're like, wow. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're just like, ooh. You know what I mean? Like, wow. Perfect.
Nope, don't know what you mean.
You mean like, ooh.
Ooh. Like, it's like,
Ooh. Well, thank you very much, Chris. And thank you, Stephanie, for listening to the show.
Yes.
Jimmy at realradio921.com is the email address. We got this in from our buddy Evan, and it's kind of a lengthy email, so I'll shorten it up a little bit. Apparently, he's a big pickle fan, and his mom has been making pickles for many, many years, and unfortunately, she can't do it anymore. So he was looking for a new pickle to try, and of course, he recalled the time that we had that person call in and send us some samples of pickles. About a month or so ago? That is the Sunshine Pickle Company.
Yes.
His name was Joshua. I think he was a salesperson for them. So I will reply with their email address and some contact info for you, Evan, and we'll get you set up there so you can try some Sunshine Pickles.
They did not last very long in my house. I will let you know that. They're damn good.
Yeah, they were. My daughter loves pickles too, and same thing. We got a couple of jars that he brought in. And they didn't last long at all. So apparently they are a favorite amongst the pickle connoisseurs.
Well, there you go.
So I'll pass that info along to you, Evan. Thank you so much for writing in to Jimmy at realradio921.com.
All right, we got a couple things that people do in hotel rooms at 47142 that they don't do at home. They said, I used to sleep at the foot of the hotel king-size bed after I gently massaged my ex-wife's hooves, as they call it. I guess they never did that at home. Yep, it's somebody else.
Hooves.
Hooves. I place bets in hotel rooms while laying in bed. I don't do that at home. Doesn't change anything. Still lose. That's from Kevin in Port St. Lucie.
Way to be, Kevin.
Represent.
Yep. Let's see. Help me out here. This is from Anthony. She's just giving the money away. I'm sending her an email right now. St. Anthony's Parlay Foundation. Don't ask where the money goes.
The charity, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The
Oh, that
woman-
one. I'm sorry.
The woman from
There.
Austria.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I just need my memory jogged. Short term sucks.
Anthony wants to throw his hat into the ring.
That's
for
what he's
charity.
saying.
Yeah.
Yes. He says, don't ask where the money goes. It's going back to the community and to keep the Hard Rock beautiful.
Nice.
It's a lot to maintain.
And then I guess with the game, somebody says, I would like to watch the game with Greek as long as he held the popcorn in his lap.
Oh.
And then we have somebody else says, have you seen the new Peyton commercial? Since he's retired, he moved into a retirement home. He's thinking about getting a catheter and destroying the old folks on the shuffleboard court. I have not.
Wow.
I don't know if this is real, but I have not if it is.
Jimmy, you have a question that I know a lot of people have been debating for years. Where are there more distractions, at home or at work?
Well, another study has their take on it, and this is what they say. According to a recent analysis of work habits, measured distractions and daily activity data, remote work arrangements make more sense for deep, focused work that can tolerate few interruptions. That's right. They're thinking that when you work at home, you have less distractions and you're focused more at what you're doing, your job, right? And that's because remote team members engage in more focused time and see fewer interruptions. Many companies are turning to return to office mandates under the impression that this would increase productivity and engagement. But researchers looked at how many times the average employee gets interrupted while working in person or remotely at home. At the office, people are interrupted 17 times per week. That's about 3.4 times a day. And if you want to look at it from an annual basis, 884 times a year. At home, that number was only 14 times per week, around 2.8 interruptions per day, or 723 per year. So that's about 18% fewer interruptions working from home versus being in an office. Also, on average, it takes about 23 minutes for most people to get back on task after an interruption. It also looked at how many hours of deep focus the average person had. And working from home was better, as well, apparently. 18.6 hours a week at the office and 22.8 hours at home is how much time people focus on what they're doing. And that's an extra 4.5 hours a week. And in other words, sure might get distracted at home by your pets or kids sometimes, but apparently being distracted at work is more often. And, that the person that comes around and starts talking and chit-chatting with you, that type of thing, right? So, and I don't think we take that into factor a lot of times when we've talked about this, where you have this assumption, and I thought it too, that when you're at home, you've got the kids, you've got the dog, you've got Amazon dropping off a package, you go to make lunch and things like this. It all are distractions at home, but apparently what they're finding is in some cases, you actually have more at work.
That surprises me.
Or at the office, I should say.
Yeah, it surprises me.
Yeah.
I've heard it, and I know, and this is just from people in my circle who have the option, or they have the hybrid thing where they go from the office to home, and I've heard them say that they actually get more done at home. And a lot of these people are in management positions too, where they can do that. Because then, of course, when they're here, they get a lot of their employees walk up to their office, and it takes them off track. But I've had a lot of people tell me that they actually, because you would think it would be different, right? You got the television, you have your dog, maybe your kid, whatever it is. You have all these distractions, but
friends calling you. Hey, I forgot I can call you because you're home.
Yeah.
I would always think it's at home. There's more distractions. You're more comfortable. Yeah. I think sometimes even people in their minds, like if they're in shorts and a t-shirt, they're not focused on. You know what I mean? They're not in work mode. But I guess, this study says the opposite.
And that's the thing. Like, if you have a home office, I can see it. We have a designated home office. It's a set away from everything else. You go, you shut the door, leave distractions behind, and you don't have anybody.
Yeah,
right?
Different.
You don't have the television. You don't have coworkers. You don't have your pets. You just make sure. So I can understand if you have a setup like that.
I don't know. The people I talked to who were home, a lot of them had a lot of distractions. Pool, in the afternoon, drink a little bit, practice their putting game. Again, these are just guys I know.
But that's a self-discipline thing. That's I mean, that's them going, well, you know what? I'm going to go do this instead of doing my job.
You're right.
And I think that's, I don't know if that counts as the same.
Yeah.
Is it? Maybe it is a quote-unquote distraction. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. I also see in the office how people just walk by and they start chit-chatting, and all of a sudden 20 minutes later they're still chit-chatting.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens too. So when you have that social aspect in a job, but I guess it also depends on what you do too.
Yeah.
If you're in an office at your job, you're like locked away in an office, and
That's
you're
different.
isolated away, you probably focus more as well there too. So, it depends on the environment, I think, in general.
It's been a debate since COVID. I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon.
No.
And also it's a very, I feel when people talk about very passionate debate. If, you're home, they're strong about it. And they want to stay home.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the other thing, too, is a big thing, and you notice, and I notice from commuting, you're not commuting to work. I mean, that's a big advantage, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you're home. You're not spending money on gas.
Cost savings.
Tires.
That's a lot of cost savings.
Yeah.
Or it can be, depending on
Sure.
your distance and everything. But
Whatever you're commuting, you're spending, let's put it this way, more than home.
And you said it before, and I agree. I think that there's also an aspect that people like that they're at a place where their boss isn't over their shoulder.
Yep.
I think that matters for some people.
A lot.
I think for a bunch of people.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You're doing what you want. I think the casualness of just wanting, you're just home. I remember we told the story about COVID where the judge in Fort Lauderdale, when COVID first came out, reprimanded all the attorneys.
Yeah.
Because she was like, you guys, you're not on the beach. You're still in court.
Yeah, how many
They're
times?
hanging out by their pool, no pants.
Exactly. Yeah, people were busted all the time with not being dressed the way they normally would be in an office.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you said, if you're, disciplined, it doesn't matter where you are. But I don't know. I just think there's more distractions at home. I just do. But everybody's different, and everybody. Yeah, we did the show there for a long time. It was different because we were doing a radio show and we're on a clock. But I don't know. I just feel there's more distractions at home than actually in the office.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like you said, everybody's situation's different. If that somebody lived like you do, right? I mean, all you just have is your furniture and a television. You don't have any distractions, then I'm sure it probably is less distracting.
Yeah.
So it's just different. We have a text at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. About one thing I do at a hotel room and not at home. That's how it starts. One thing I do at a hotel room and not at home is, you guessed it. What do you think it is?
Alone time?
Nope. This is from Stephen Boca.
Oh.
Bang Nutter's wife. Never gets old.
There you go. 47142.
I mean, there's a lot of relationships that I've seen over the years, but that one never dies. That's passion.
And then somebody says, just search Peyton Retirement Home on YouTube. It'll pop right up. They said it's a good watch. So
okay.
Thank you for that.
That relationship is just not even one way, gone either way. It's love at first bite. Those guys are always in love. Nutter's wife never gets old. Nutter, if you're listening, we miss you, buddy. Always good to have Nutter on the station for years, and he's still involved in some capacity with iHeart, but a good guy.
Yes.
Definitely fun.
Oh, that's a bit? That's not a commercial.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
bit. It's like a 4.5 minute bit.
Oh, wow. All right. So, we got to look into that.
Yeah, I see it here. Well, this video is like 4.5 minutes long. Oh, that's great. I'll have to watch that on a break.
So Kelsey's brother from the Philadelphia Eagles is retiring, and he did something very nice. It's all over social media in the world and ESPN. He gave at McDonald's, where he goes and gets a breakfast, his jersey signed.
Oh, that's nice.
So that was nice.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. It's also a great endorsement for McDonald's. You know what I mean? He goes there all the time.
Sure.
And he loves it. He says they have the best breakfast.
That's his Mickey D's, huh?
Yep. And he wanted to give the person at the counter who takes his, order all the time a jersey autographed. It's nice. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
He's been in the league.
Speaking of the Kelseys, did you see that some jeweler offered Travis $1 million ring, engagement ring to give to Taylor Swift?
Oh,
So,
jeez, really?
Yes, he offered. His name is Steven Singer, who, and I guess it's a pretty big company, a guy or jeweler. Yes, he offered him a diamond ring valued up to $1 million if he decided to pop the question. And of course, this guy knows what he's doing. I mean, he's offering it to him because you put a Taylor Swift, and all her Swifties will go and start buying jewelry from this guy.
That's easy.
Oh,
But
yeah.
$1 million.
$1 million.
Do you think he makes that bank?
So, but
Hell
there's also an exclusive saying that Travis Kelce has already started planning her engagement ring. He told some of his pals, that's what they said. They said that he has told some of his pals he wants to use diamonds from his Super Bowl ring and may even engrave a special lyric on the band. But said he's not ready quite yet to propose, but he's just thinking about how he's going to create this ring.
It's her. If he was ready, she'd be doing it right there, down and out. I'm open. That's unbelievable. He's going to give her a Super Bowl ring?
No, diamonds from it, like create a ring.
Yeah, that's sure.
The 6 months they've been going? 7
Something
months?
like that. Yeah, he said he was like, don't get your hopes up. Not anytime soon, they're saying, but he's definitely thinking about it.
Well, he also said that he's not going to retire anytime soon. Yeah, he said that last week. We'll see what happens this week. I wonder, is she going to go to Buffalo and deal with the elements up there in the cold, or is she going to stay home? It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. A little mush out there. We apologize, but we can't do much for it. Hopefully the sun will come out and you'll feel like you're back in South Florida. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll come back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the same way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Midday drive looking good along our Palm Beach expressways. Checking the traffic cameras. We're up to speed on 95. Turnpike is accident-free. Make sure you slow down for pedestrians on the commute. That's traffic on Julie Stewart.
This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's the Greek. Sports betting Florida is here. Try Hard Rock app today and get a no-regret first bet on parlays, props, overs, and more. Any games you choose. Football, basketball, hockey. I've been on it since day one. Be a winner. Get on the Hard Rock app today. Peace. Offered by Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-A-MINUTE.
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, read-alouds, and giveaways. It's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
Injured in an accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather for your free case evaluation. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Peace.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Valentine's Day is here. This year, give the ultimate gift. Name a star after your sweetheart. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities, dignitaries, and individuals worldwide. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can give the most memorable gift. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s this afternoon. A few showers and an isolated storm possible through this evening. Then temperatures in the 60s tonight with more clouds through Friday. Highs will remain in the mid-70s before much cooler and drier air filters in for the weekend. Highs in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Hello, Greg. This is Robert Kraft from the New England Patriots. I'm calling to see if I could get you to come out to New England and perhaps you could become the general manager for the team. You could be the mustard to Gerard's mayo, and I could be the salami. Let's turn the Patriot way into the Greek way. What do you say? Give me a call back. Good day.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That was a great offer. I thought I was talking to Robert Kraft. Sounded like it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll go up to New England and make it the Patriot way. It sounds like a great opportunity. Thank you so much. Jimmy's in the house. Good afternoon. Francis is here.
Hey.
And we got the TV on today, and it's very nice. I want to thank you, Francis, for putting it on.
Because Sofia Vergara is on right now.
Talk about distractions.
Yes.
It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
If you had the Panthers last night, the Miami Heat, or the Miami Hurricanes, Jimmy, what happened?
You lose.
That's right. We took the collar last night. And usually in trifectas, we never say anything bad. So you would think all the South Florida teams are undefeated. We always talk about what they won. But this was brought to my attention by somebody, so I'm going to make a note of it. All three did lose last night and ended up on the short end of the stick. Hopefully they could turn it around and get back in the W column the next time all three of them play. And the Canes got beat by Florida State. It is the Elite Eight this weekend in the NFL. And we'll see how the playoffs, what happens. One thing, Detroit Lions are talking smack with Baker a little, saying he's not that good of a quarterback. Baker said to them, you know what, check the film. So a little bit of some smack talking back and forth. I think the Lions should just shut it down, not say anything to ignite Baker. I'm sure their coach will tell them that. But guys are going to be guys, and they're going to talk where they feel like, you know what, they're going to get in somebody's head. And they definitely said something to Baker Mayfield, who's had a very good season and a great second half. And every time he plays in a playoff game, he gets a nice bonus. Last week, I believe he got over $1 million in change for winning a game with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So hats off to Baker and the Tampa Bay. And Detroit, they got their guy. They got Eminem. And Eminem is bringing a lot of light on the Lions and maybe some new fans. Detroit Lions. I've seen a couple jerseys over the last week, which is funny, in T-shirts that I've never seen, but I've seen them now. Eminem even told Coach Campbell, put me in last week, but the coach did not put him in. Eminem, a huge fan of the Detroit Lions. Does every team now need a celebrity fan? Because we got Taylor Swift hanging out with the Chiefs. And
Every
Eminem.
team probably does have a celebrity fan. We just don't hear about it.
Sure, you're right. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure every team's got a fan, but you don't hear about
Nope.
it. I wonder who will be, if the Cowboys were still around, who would be their fan. But we'll see. I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there, men and women, who are fans of the sport and fans of certain teams that would step up and say, that's my team. And that is your lunchtime trifecta. Peace.
Well, thank you. So I don't know, Jimmy, if you saw this or not, so I don't know if you're going to be able to participate, but just one question. What do you think that Americans say they need to make at least in order to feel financially independent on average? And this is just as an individual, not to say that, for household or what you got to take care of. What do you think that number is?
I think it was $94,000 a year, somewhere around there.
Then you are correct. $94,000 a year. What would you have said, G-Man?
$180.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so subjective.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking family, though.
No,
I
I just said individual.
Yeah. So individual, I cut in half. Right about 90.
So, if you're how you would define financial independence, that's what they were trying to figure out. So they did. They had a new survey, asked about 2,000 adults to reveal these results, what Americans think it means to, quote unquote, make it or to feel financially independent. That $94,000 is that sweet spot. And 60% of Americans are optimistic that they can do it. According to the poll, 44% define making it as reaching financial independence. But they're like, what does that exactly mean?
Mm-hmm. It means something different for everybody.
Yep.
It means not needing money from family or friends, right? Financial independence. Yes, that makes sense. Reaching a certain net worth and contributing to a 401k. A lot of people, like 42%, believe that was part of that. Achieving financial independence is very important. 67%. You would think that would be more than 67%.
Yeah,
believe it's very important, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nearly a quarter admit that they haven't reached it yet. I actually thought more people
Let's say it.
would say that they haven't reached it yet.
Yeah, I figured that number would be higher,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. But, I mean, we are talking only 2,000. It's not a huge sample size. 72% say they currently stress over their finances at least once a month, while 17% worry more about money every day. And that's the unfortunate thing. Like, yes, at 72%, I get it. People are getting raises, but everything else in life is getting expensive. And it's the point where you can't, you're drowning. So they said about a third of those who don't feel financially independent are optimistic, which you should be, right? Don't give up. Optimistic that they will be in the future. While 54% don't know if they'll ever be able to pay their bills on their own. That's a lot. Don't know if they ever will be able to.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And then you got to look at what your bills are. Maybe you're living over your head. 55% is a lot.
Yep. And then those who are financially independent, 92% of those who are already say that they didn't start feeling that way until after the age of 36.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. I mean, again, everybody has a different in their mind what is financial independence. Some people might say paying off their house and not having any mortgage, And
we don't hear. We hear a lot more often that people, the younger generation, are staying at home. And there are, among parents of adult children, 20 or older, 40% of those parents say that they are currently supporting them financially. 53% of them are dipping into their retirement savings just to do that, to help their adult children.
That's tough.
That's
definitely tough. There's no doubt about it. Financial independence might be to somebody where, they don't have to worry about what they spend or even, be out and do whatever they want.
And those parents have regrets. Over half regret not talking about finances with their kids while they were growing up.
Yeah.
Say that they wish they had made, financial literacy a priority to their children.
Well, if you're not talking to them at home and they're not learning it out and there's no guidance in any shape or form, for a lot of people, it could be a new experience and not a great one. Even learning about credit and how important credit is. And you can't blow up a credit card when you're 18 and think, it's not going to back to haunt me. Things like that. But I think it is a lot of it, like most things in life, it starts at home. If your family's talking about it and they're teaching you things and showing you what a priority is of this and that and saving and not living over your head and 401ks, well, then you're going to get that. But if never anybody brings it up and the kid craps out, I mean, you don't have to blame yourself, but it's, he's learning from someplace or a lack of learning. You know what I mean? You got to learn something about money and value of money. That's important, too. A lot of people don't value it. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you want to get involved with the program. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. And you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are the ways you guys can always get involved in the show. Remember that. Always want you guys to get involved in any capacity you want. Or you can bring us some pizza, which is always something that we would enjoy and we would like. We talk about Jason Kelsey dropping off a jersey at a McDonald's drive-in. That is a big story, and people like it, and it's very unique, and he's very cool to do something like that. And that just must have made that person's day. The person that had been like, you got to be kidding me. I'm getting a jersey. And just when he pulls up, thinking you're going to take an order from him, he goes, here you go. Boom. That goes back to that old Mean Joe Green commercial years ago where he gave the jersey to the kid. But I think that was really cool and very, very nice of him. And just a general, he seems like a really nice guy.
I think that's nice. It's I would think too that that's probably not the first autographed jersey or ball or something that kid's got. 'Cause, I mean, if he goes there on a regular,
sure.
At least the way the article read that I saw it, I mean, it was like almost like they're friends.
Yeah.
It's a good buddy is. I'm not trying to diminish what he did.
No.
I think what he did, and it probably wouldn't be the first time that he has. I just know, and the heart that he has. He's got a big heart. That dude.
There's no doubt.
Yeah,
I'm sure. I think I read he goes there every morning.
Yeah.
So, it's just like anybody else. You get to know him. You go to your bagel place, gas. We all do. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing? What's up? Wawa. He just became friends with him.
Yep.
I wonder in the very beginning if he even knew who he was. You know what I'm saying? Because looking at him, he's a big guy with a beard. I wonder if he did know, hey, that's what's the name, or he might have even passed.
I mean, he's more recognizable now because he's been in the commercials since the Super Bowl and Mom now.
Yeah.
I mean, people recognize who Mom is now and everything. So maybe that's not fair, to compare because, I mean, he's obviously been going there for a lot longer than we've been seeing ourselves, like, highlighting him.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, great ad for McDonald's because he said, I love it. And he's not getting paid.
Oh, anytime a celebrity endorses a place without being paid for it.
It's great.
Right?
That's even more so, right?
We love it. We're loving it.
I am loving it.
Yeah, the biggest place I see that gets props from celebrities and doesn't pay him is the hamburger joint in Vegas, In-N-Out.
Oh, In-N-Out. Yeah. So speaking of celebrities, let's go old school. I have some pretty bonker things that were, and I saw this on BuzzFeed that somebody said I learned about old Hollywood celebs. That made my jaw hit the floor.
Yeah, there's a couple on there that was pretty wild. I saw that, I think, yesterday.
Some of these I have heard of, some of them I have not, and so I'll share them with you, and you let me know. Have you heard these? Or are these new to you? So Shirley Temple, adorable little Shirley Temple. Remember her? They said that she was so popular and talented that there was actually a conspiracy that she wasn't a child.
Wow.
They were saying that she was an adult with dwarfism. In fact, she was investigated by the Vatican, who actually sent a priest to confirm she was a child.
Wow.
Which they were apparently able to do so. They were like, yep, she's a kid.
How about that, huh? That's pretty wild.
Right? The Vatican. Someone from the Vatican came to go investigate. That's crazy that they get the church involved, right? We are going to talk about some crazy things you may not have known. You familiar with Josephine Baker?
No.
No?
Singer?
But yes. From the 40s.
Okay.
So many celebrities from the 40s were actually spies during World War II.
Oh, yeah. That was, yep.
Including Josephine Baker. They said she lived in a Nazi-occupied France and would flirt with Nazi officials and get them tipsy until they would give her military secrets.
Oh,
Then she would write the secrets down with invisible ink and stash them in her underwear. Really interesting, right? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with him, but way, way long ago, because these are old-timey celebs. Mo Berg, MLB baseball? No, I thought maybe you might know. Mo Berg.
I didn't recognize the name either.
Yeah, so he worked for the predecessor for the CIA, the Office of Strategic Services, and once traveled to Switzerland with orders to assassinate a German scientist named Werner Heisenberg if he discovered the Germans might soon be able to develop the atomic bomb.
Oh.
So MLB player was sent over to assassinate somebody.
You're out.
There was a bunch of them there that was related to World War II, if I remember.
Yeah,
Stuff
absolutely.
like this, right? They would infiltrate the Germans to get secrets.
Yep. They said famous chef, we all know Julia Child,
Mm-hmm.
worked for the same organization before becoming famous, with her most notable job being to create cakes that were used as shark repellent.
Shark repellent?
Yes. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cary Grant spied on people in Hollywood to find Nazi sympathizers, including German-born Count Hert von Hogwitz Hardenberg Reventlow. That's a long
Easy
name.
for you to say.
Who had married an heiress, Barbara Woolworth Hutton. Grant actually ended up marrying the heiress after she separated from her husband. So he went to spy on that one Count who was married to that woman, and then he ended up marrying the wife. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was good. He was spying on her. He said, wow, she's hot. Let me get her. Wow, good job there, Gary.
World War II, Audrey Hepburn, as a child, used to perform at secret concerts in the Netherlands to raise money for the Dutch resistance, risking discovery and punishment from Germans. They said she would do that too. As you mentioned, because these are long, long time ago. These are old-timey celebs. Coco Chanel.
Mm-hmm.
During World War II, Coco Chanel was named as a Nazi informant by friend Vera Bate, who herself confessed to being a German agent. The French government arrested Chanel, who had several ties with Nazi intelligence organizations and members. She was eventually released due to lack of evidence and possible help from her friend Winston Churchill. So that's crazy. A lot of these people, I mean, can you imagine nowadays if like all these actors, Hollywood actors work for the government?
Oh, yeah.
Like, so?
Double-edged sword.
Maybe they do.
Who knows?
Yep.
Tom
Lucille
Cruise.
Ball, once claimed that she picked up Morse code during World War II through her lead teeth fillings. She said while driving home and having previously experienced picking up music through her teeth, she began to hear it sound. As soon as it started fading, she said, I stopped the car and then started back up until it was coming in full strength. And she got, she's like, I tell you, I got the hell out of there real quick. The next day I told the MGM security office about it and they called the FBI or something. And sure enough, they found underground Japanese radio station.
Oh, wow.
Yes. She said it was somebody's gardener, but they were spies, she recounted. Yeah, so that's pretty crazy. Through her teeth fillings.
The filling, back then, they could, I don't know how true it was, but they used to say that you could pick up radio signals and actually hear radio stations.
Yep. Oh, this is a scandalous one here.
Uh-oh.
Old Hollywood. These are some interesting facts. They said, I don't want to say facts because in this they say they can't 100% confirm, but it's still fun to hear this.
Mm-hmm.
There's speculation that Marlon Brando and James Dean had an S&M-based relationship. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, I have heard that. Also, that Marlon Brando was gay for years. I mean, a lot. It's been out there.
This is fun.
I don't know if it's true or not, but it's Cary Grant.
Yeah.
But
he was in the mix too?
Yeah, but Cary Grant also had a child. His daughter was Diane Karen.
Yeah, but that doesn't make...
I mean, his girlfriend, his wife, excuse me.
Back then,
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
could still have a beard.
that was speculated that they would do that to cover it up.
Yeah. Ernest Hemingway once inspected F. Scott Fitzgerald's his penis, in the bathroom because Fitzgerald was worried it was too small after his wife Zelda complained about it.
Whoa.
Hemingway assured him it was perfectly fine, telling Fitzgerald, "You look at yourself from above and you look foreshortened. Go over to the Louvre and look at the people and the statues, and then go home and look at yourself in the mirror in profile."
You're great.
I love it. What a good friend. My wife thinks it's small. He's like, "Let me take a look at it."
That had to be a little bit of an odd conversation. Dad, I don't know if I could picture saying that to one of your friends. You got a minute?
Hey, Joe, come here.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. What do you think?
My wife says it's small. I don't know.
What do you think?
Can you help me out? Be honest.
Oh, that's good, buddy.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Oh, what a good friend.
Can you work with that? Oh, that is a weird conversation. There's no doubt about it. And two famous guys. Marlon Brando, yeah, there was a lot of stuff out there about him. And just that he was crazy and bizarre and different things that he did. I read a book on him one time, and I was like, wow. Some alleged stuff that went down with him. But it was a different time, too. Old Hollywood where, you know what, anything, they kept Rock Hudson. He kept that secret for years and years. There was this show about him on HBO about how he kept everything, his sexuality to himself and parties he had and different things like that. And, certain people knew in Hollywood, but they kept it quiet. So, I mean, you just never know. Not today. I think today he would come out. It's just so
today's completely different.
Yeah, I just think people today are so all over everybody's stuff. You know what I mean? And it's so hard if you want to try to keep something quiet.
I mean, and that shows you how this would never happen, and it did back in the day. It's a pretty wild Hollywood secret. It involves Loretta Young and Clark Gable. So for years, and it's weird why they did this. I don't know the circumstances behind it, but for years there were rumors that Young adopted her daughter, Judy. But that's what everybody thought. It was an adopted daughter. But the rumors were that Judy was actually her biological daughter conceived with Clark Gable. Well, the rumors were not proven true until Loretta Young passed away, and they were in her memoirs. And it turned out that she had conducted an elaborate cover-up to make it seem like she'd adopted the child. And maybe it was maybe out of wedlock or whatever it was with Clark Gable. But in fact, it was their biological child, but they hid it and made it seem like an adoption. She said that she even, the girl's name was Judy, she pinned back her ears in an operation because they resembled Clark Gable so much.
Oh, wow.
She didn't want people to be like, oh, you guys definitely had her.
Wow, pin back her ears.
Right?
Things like that were so taboo back then.
Yeah, you're right.
It's some pretty crazy stuff.
And again, too, with their careers, they were so worried about it, affecting them, being in Hollywood, that, somebody wouldn't buy them or they would lose possible roles. So, I mean, it was a different time. We can't even imagine where we are today and the secrets.
Yeah, they don't have TMZ following them around.
Well, they had gossip magazines and all that stuff, but just there was a little bit more wink,
Well, same thing. It's actually not much different that way, but it's just the way that those things were perceived back then.
Yes.
Having a child out of wedlock was so taboo that they wanted to hide it because they were in the spotlight. They were seen, I mean, maybe not as bad as TMZ where, they could hide a little bit better, but still and all, they were in the public eye and you didn't do those things.
No, you did not. You didn't want anything to affect you or your career, and the studios didn't either. Anything they thought was taboo was out.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it was, your sexuality, something you did, car accident, a fight with somebody, they kept everything. There's been a lot of movies that portrayed that, but, the Hollywood was just really not only on the screen, but outside where they kept it to themselves.
Using drugs and drinking and things like that. That was all, kind of hidden and hush-hushed. And, rules,
it went on.
Rules were different. Oh, yeah.
It went on way a ton of times. People just didn't think it went on because you didn't hear it. But again, like everything, even sports with different athletes and different things that went on, all that stuff went on. You just didn't hear about it. And I think the reporters were different too. They had a better relationship. We've talked about that, Jimmy.
Even not that long ago. I mean, you didn't badmouth a player because you'd never get an exclusive from them again. And nowadays, they look for the dirt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and they're going to report it, too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they don't even care, I think, today where it's different if it is true. If it's a little bit, we'll take it.
Oh, just put it out there.
Yeah, and then we'll deal with it.
We can always retract it.
That's right. Where I think years ago it was a little bit more up and board, and also I think there was more friendly with people, so you might even want to call you. I remember reading a lot of that, like, hey, Jimmy, this is going to come out. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Yeah.
Today, you don't get any of that. You know, you just pick up the paper or whatever you're picking up, a magazine, hearing a podcast or something, and all of a sudden it's out there, and then you got to defend it or say it's true or not. And that's the hard thing today. Because the social media, they can find out every single thing and where they are. And your phones, too. I mean, that's another big thing that they nail people with and check into it. It is the Penthouse. We gave away a New York Prime gift card. We're going to come back in a few minutes with some Florida stories. Franny, what is in the pancake oven?
I'm going to let you know a new Florida bill that's going to be cracking down on something that you feel like it should have been done a long time ago.
Lavanya?
And then a dude, they're looking to find this guy who was caught on surveillance, stealing surveillance cameras. Looking for this guy. All right. And then a fight over a woman turned out pretty bad for this guy. I'll give you all these details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
The fine woman in your smart speaker knows what you need.
Really?
Don't ask how. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
In Boynton Beach, we have a ramp accident that is clearing 95 northbound to Boynton Beach Boulevard. All clear if you're traveling. The Turnpike drive times are up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Tire Rack. Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack Street Survival is designed to save lives. The one-day hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control through exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive.
Hey, it's the Greek for Trades and Wealth. Every day you work, you get closer to retirement, enjoying yourself and enjoying South Florida. The simple truth is there is more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain or improve your lifestyle through the next stage of life. Many factors affect your financial future. Call Trades and Wealth today and sit down with one of their experts so you can figure out a plan to reach your goals. Trades and Wealth. Call them today. 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. You worked hard your whole life. Now you enjoy the fruits of life and retirement in South Florida. Trades and Wealth can help you with a plan and your goals. 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Trades and Wealth. Call them today for a better retirement. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor paid advertisement.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s this afternoon. A few showers and an isolated storm possible through this evening. Then temperatures in the 60s tonight with more clouds through Friday. Highs will remain in the mid-70s before much cooler and drier air filters in for the weekend. Highs in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword. That's bank. Enter it now at realradio921.com. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Getting ready for the weekend. Hope you guys are ready to have another good weekend. Watch some football, and we'll get a little bit closer to the Super Bowl and see who's in it Jimmy's in the house. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Francis.
Hi, good afternoon to you.
And we are ready for a batch, and I mean a batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida. Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, let's start with a stripper that seemed to be coming from a very drug-fueled bachelor party. And I don't know if the drugs got the best of her, or according to her, she was just exhausted from just working so hard at that bachelor party. She is now in custody. This happened, they said, shortly after 3 p.m. So it's a pretty early bachelor party. Or was it a very long bachelor party?
By the sounds of it.
3 p.m.?
Yeah.
Sounds like it was an all-nighter.
It's an all-nighter? Is that it? Yeah, it wasn't like a, hey, bachelor party, 10 a.m.
Well, school used to get out at 3, so maybe so did bachelor party.
Yeah, so they found her car and had really heavy damage on the passenger side door when they ended up showing up to her. They approached her. Looked like she'd nodded off, as I mentioned, exhausted. So when they approached her vehicle, her name is Crystal. Crystal wasn't able to provide a driver's license.
Sure, that's her name.
I said, she was like, listen, I'm a dancer. I work at, a strip club in Daytona Beach, and there was a bachelor party. And so it was just a really just long night. And she said, I was returning home. I got tired, so I ran off the roadway. But she said, the damage that you see on my car, it's not because of that.
It's happened before.
She said, that's old. It's old damage. She claims that it's one time when she got into a ditch. She's like, but it wasn't an accident. That's what she says.
Sure. Yeah, of course not. Just magically happened.
Just magically. She had a black handbag on her, and they're looking, and I guess her handbag was open because they spotted in the handbag a glass pipe. And then they were like, all right, well, what else you got? There's a plastic bag in there with some crushed up pills. Upon being detained, she told deputies, she was like, all right, well, I got some Coke in the center console, too.
Oh, well.
But
busted.
she wasn't upfront with everything else.
Uh-oh.
Because she did have the cocaine. She did. She had heroin. She had fentanyl. She had marijuana. And several other drug-related
She's CVS
charges.
on wheels.
What's the big deal?
Looks like it. That is what we call riding dirty.
It's not mine.
Nope, don't know how that got there.
You can only arrest me for one thing. Everything else you got to drop.
Yep.
You're a cop. You got to tell me.
And then
he comes over in his uniform. If you're a cop, you got to tell me. I have my uniform on, ma'am. All right.
Okay.
Technicality.
And then we don't know all the details, but we do know it is a fight over a woman. And now a very young 33-year-old Christopher Hastings is going to spend probably a good chunk of his life in prison because the fight over the woman, he ended up taking out his gun and shooting a guy in the face. The guy leaves the place where the fight was, the residence, and walks about a mile to a friend's house with a hole in his head. Finally, he gets to the friend's house. His buddy calls 911. 911, they ended up coming because the guy was like, I was asleep. My buddy just shows up knocking on the door. He was like, I look at it. He's like, his head, his face. He was shot in the back of the head. I mean, those went straight through the face. So the victim did have to go into surgery, and they said he still remains in pretty serious condition. And, of course, neighbors were surprised. They didn't know anything like this could happen. The neighbors normally pretty quiet. They're like, I moved to this area because it's supposed to be a nice area. I was trying to get away from stuff like that. And now here people are getting shot in the face.
He's a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just go to his house every Halloween.
But cops were quick because Christopher Hastings was arrested just 8 minutes after that initial 911 call came in.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Then in your What the Florida, somebody stole a surveillance camera as the surveillance camera is surveilling him. Taking videos.
Well, that's why he stole it.
Yep. He's like, how dare you?
I don't want to be on film.
Nope. And deputies are looking for the guy who stole the surveillance camera set up to prevent theft at a construction site. According to the news release, the unidentified man went to a home that was under construction and stole the security camera worth about close to $400. Construction company told deputies they purchased the camera to provide surveillance for that property while reviewing the footage, because guess what? He did get rid of the footage.
Oh, clearly they needed it.
They discovered the man stealing the camera. I mean, his clear as day, his face. You can see details like, hey, right in the camera, like he's saying cheese to it. Of course, they're like, it's very unfortunate that he stole the camera, but it certainly did its job. The camera did.
Nailed him.
Yeah, so.
Oh, you mean a recording too?
Isn't that nuts? They say, if you know the person in the photo, please call Marion County sheriffs.
Or the chefs. They'll cook you up some...
Sheriffs.
They'll cook you up something.
That sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Have you over for dinner? They said you can be eligible for a cash reward.
Oh, yeah.
By calling an anonymous tips to Crime Stoppers.
That'll make somebody dime somebody out.
Right?
Cash is king.
Second. And then finally, a story that we don't need much. I'll just give you the headline. I'm just kidding, like I did before. In Florida, state law requires that people report a body that they come across to the proper authorities, right? That you should.
Yeah. If you see a dead body, call.
Failing to do so could result in a misdemeanor offense. However, there's a state senator, Linda Stewart, has responded. And she also sponsors the SB 768, which would up the penalties from a misdemeanor to a felony. The bill passed the committee, and so this is this past Tuesday, which would make the crime a felony. Making the crime a felony would allow investigators to use search warrants to find dead bodies that have been illegally dumped. Apparently, when people bury bodies in their backyard, they said, this is a quote, I guess mainly drug dealers who have people die on their couch and they take them outside and bury them.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, the sheriffs can't get to them because
They're
I
on
guess
private
sheriffs
property?
have to get a warrant.
Yeah.
And they won't give them a warrant unless it's a felony charge.
Oh, wow. I see. Okay.
Yep. So Stewart explained that some people also hide the bodies of those who died of old age. That way they can continue to receive checks. We've heard of this.
Yeah. Social security checks. Yeah.
So this is a problem here in Florida.
Wow.
So sometimes the people who are watching the elderly try not to report the death so they can continue to collect Social Security, Medicaid, all that stuff, which is so twisted, right?
Yeah, that's sad.
So, of course, they're like, this needs to stop. It's bad enough when someone is killed, but when you hide their body or dump them, you're making it so much harder on their family. So they're making these laws where they make it a felony and they can actually go in there with a warrant. And that is You're What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. You do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. So don't be, hiding bodies or anything like that, and don't be burying them in your backyard.
Don't kill anybody. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I think it's just a good thing to say. Just don't.
That's a public service announcement coming to us from Real Radio. Don't do any of that. 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are the ways that you can get involved in the show. Always appreciate you guys getting involved. South Florida Fair tickets, we were giving them away all week. Another great opportunity. Franny's going to be there next week. But South Florida Fair is something you should check out with your family and friends and just have a good time, kick back, and say, okay.
And go to realradio921.com. I know we do our giveaway 11:45 on air, but we have so many things up for grabs there. I would just go and register for everything because you can. Just register for everything there. And you don't realize that a lot of people are just like, you know what? Well, I'm never going to win, so I'm just not going to do it. That's a silly mindset to have, which they have that mindset. That helps your odds. So make sure you go there. We have all kinds of cool things up for grabs. I know we are giving away tickets to Welcome to Rockville tomorrow. But yeah, there's on there. They haven't given us a date yet, but they still haven't said it's canceled. So if you want to see Aerosmith, the farewell tour is there. Journey and Toto's there. You can get tickets to go see the Florida Panthers, Blink 182. Kevin James is going to be doing a show coming up soon. The Tortuga Music Festival, Red Hot Chili Peppers, all kinds of things. Even the South Florida Fair is up for grabs.
Appreciate that. There's your opportunity, people, to get involved and get some prizes and to have a good time, which we try to provide every day from 10 to 2. Florida Lottery, again, with some new scratch-offs that just came out. Whole new batch. If you want to play the scratch-offs, I saw them the other day in some bright, bright colors. So if you're out there playing the scratch-offs, enjoy them and have a good time, and hopefully you'll win one. And everybody has a different style. Some people like to rub the bottoms. I like to scratch off all the numbers.
Yeah, you don't like to rub the bottoms?
No.
No? All right.
Guess which one I like to do.
Which one?
Which one do you like, Jim? Do you scratch them all off, or just to go to the bottom and hand it in?
No, I scratch. I play the game. I actually play whatever it is. If you're looking for a certain number or symbol or something, I'll actually go through the process.
I will too. Has anybody tried that technique I told you guys about that I saw on social media, where just hand sanitizer and a rag?
No.
And it's supposed to take off.
Instead of having to scratch it, you actually can remove
whatever
the coating is.
And it doesn't make all that mess.
Oh, really?
No, I forgot about that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I guess scratcher time.
I gotta try that. I always put like a paper towel down or something like that.
Yeah, no, they say you just put some hand sanitizer on it and you take a rag and it's supposed to just make it come right off.
Yeah,
Really?
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I wonder, and it won't hurt the numbers or anything like that. My luck, it'll hit. It'll be, I can't see it.
It's probably the alcohol in it.
Yeah.
Is that,
I guess.
we'll remove it, and then, of course, it just dries instantly, so it doesn't do anything to the paper.
Oh,
right?
that's
so
good.
That would make sense.
That's awesome.
Or cardboard, whatever you want to call it, that's on.
I had no clue that you could do something like that. I got a buddy of mine. He never scratches, just does the bottom real quick, and he goes checks it. Yeah, to me, that's fun. You know what I mean? Where you got at least a little, it'll last.
Get your money. Get your money's worth, right?
Yeah, I think that it'll last. Because I don't want to do it in 2 seconds and know right away, okay, I already lost. Sort of like playing sometimes roulette when it's a quick spin. I'm like, man, it's over already? And I just lost? Who wants to lose that quick? 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. We had social dilemmas on the table today. You could also reflect on them. A woman and her husband was sharing a lunch, and she was a little bit jealous. Is that any form of cheating? We all believe no, but she did put it out there, and she was wondering what we thought about it. We didn't think it was cheating in any aspect. But today you got to be careful in so much. There's emotional cheating and regular cheating. Franny and Jimmy, yesterday we talked about it. The emotional one I'm not sure about, but people say, you know what? It's just as if somebody's telling somebody's secrets and talking to them every day and texting them, that's wrong too. So if you have an opinion on any of that, let us know. If you have an opinion about this weekend in the games, the NFL games, which are going to be there, the Ravens kick it off against Houston, and then the Niners and Packers. And then Sunday, I don't know what the better lineup is, Saturday or Sunday. You got Detroit and Tampa, and then you got the Chiefs and the Bills. Jimmy, how you feeling about the Bills this weekend? Because
it's that's going to be a toss-up game. I mean, there's a reason why that line is only 3 points. They're giving 3, yeah. And it's home field, right? So, I don't necessarily think obviously there's been a lot of hype whether or not Mahomes' is first time playoff on the road, but it's not the first time he's played an on-the-road game. No. I don't know if it'll really mean anything or not to him. He's still Patrick Mahomes, and he's still very talented. So it's hard you can't count them out. To me, it's a toss-up game.
Yeah, it's close.
And again, a lot of it depends. I think a lot of it, as far as the Buffalo side, it depends on what Josh Allen you get.
Yeah.
And that's something that we've been talking about for, I don't know, at least 6-7 weeks now. I mean, sometimes he'll come out and play, but even on his good games, he still has some bad passes that he throws, interceptions. So he can't make mistakes like that, and especially this time of the year.
I think he's got, if I'm not mistaken, the Bills have a winning streak of 7 games. And the last game they lost before that, they lost to Philadelphia in overtime.
Right.
So they have really been playing well.
They were 6-6.
That's right.
And then I think the only game they've lost was the Philly one, and that was close.
Yeah, they overtime.
Obviously, yeah.
So they've won 6 or 7 in a row. So hats off to Philly.
Now, does Kansas City come into this with Mahomes with a chip on his shoulder? Because the last time that they played during the regular season was that, of course, when Tooney was over the line, right?
Yeah.
So they're blaming that as far as the loss. Does he come in with a chip on his shoulder over that?
Man, that was this year. I totally forgot. That was a great play, but it was great. I mean, it was a good call.
That was a great play.
I mean,
really, it's almost a shame that it went that it got tossed out.
I think if it didn't get tossed out, it'd be one of the plays that went down in history.
Yeah.
They would have showed it for people for years and years to come.
I think they still will.
Yeah. I haven't seen it that much after the thing, only that one day, but yeah, it was a great play.
Speaking of history, we were talking about celebrities that had some old Hollywood, these crazy facts or things that happened to them. And that one about Shirley Temple, they sent somebody from the Vatican to investigate that she wasn't a small person.
That's brutal.
In fact, she was a kid. And somebody texted at 47142. They're like, sending a priest to verify if someone is a child. There's a joke in there somewhere.
Wow.
Then we have it's funny how social media has changed the way rumors start. Back in the day, it was only by reading the National Enquirer or the Star at the grocery store while standing in the checkout line. Yep.
Yeah.
And then somebody else said the one that you weren't familiar with, that Mo Berg, who was a spy too, or went to go assassinate somebody, the MLB player in the Hollywood thing. Remember? They said in the late 30s, MLB Washington Senators were touring in Japan, and the catcher Mo Berg was used as a spy. They said there was actually a movie based on his life. It was in 2018 called Spy Catcher, and it's got Paul Rudd and Sienna Miller in it.
Oh, wow.
So there you go.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, those are some unique things that you got on there. for an old Hollywood, that stuff that was out there, and the secrets and the things that they kept for a long, long time until years later, a lot of stuff came out. And then when it's later, you don't even know if it's true or not. You're just going to hear something. I mean, the sexuality, the drug use, some people that were, heavily involved in drugs and different things like that they kept secret. The studios didn't want anybody to know or anything like that. Jimmy, we have somebody on hold?
We do. We have Mike from Green Acres on the line. Hey, Mike, what's going on, bub?
Hey, Jimmy, Franny, and Greek. How you guys doing today?
We're doing great, Michael. How are you?
Good. I know you're doing good because I've been watching you on Facebook at Outback for a change.
Oh, yeah, you're hanging out at Outback. Thank you for popping by this past Sunday. It was nice seeing you, Mike.
It was very good seeing you, and I showed the picture of me and you together, and everybody cropped out me. So it's just, who's that guy who ruined the picture?
Oh,
no way. You don't ruin any pictures.
Did you grab some meat while you were there?
He did.
Good.
I did. I got the
I don't blame you.
20 ribeyes, and
Oh, cool.
I got the 20. I gave away 5 because my neighbor always helps me out.
Oh, that's nice.
And I kind of overcooked them, I think. I got to remember not to cook it well done like I normally do on it was a thin piece. Not thin, but it was a good piece of, I'll have to redo it and learn how to,
all right,
cook it for a shorter time.
Well, they'll be, you got plenty, I'm sure, to go off of. You got, 15 left? Or no, you cooked some, but.
Yeah, I kicked 2. Yeah, so, yeah. But it was good seeing you, Franny, and Kristen too.
Christian, yeah.
So it was, I went to that place I was telling you about, that grilled cheese place, and I left the shopping center at 1:15. I passed that line, was crazy at the truck. I mean,
yeah, they said the last time too. They get busy a little bit later on too, and the weather didn't help, but it did clear up. So
food truck for grilled cheese?
No, just where they were selling the meat.
Oh, okay.
The ribeyes.
The ribeyes and stuff. Now, there's a place in that shopping center that sells, they do grilled cheese sandwiches.
Oh, okay.
And you can get grilled cheese. You can get macaroni and cheese. And they give a little tater tots with it, and like a little tomato soup, cup of tomato soup. So it's good. It's good. Kind of breaks it up. And then I ended up at Walmart, and that was the day.
All right, sounds like a good afternoon.
No slowing you down, Mike.
Hey, when you're unemployed, retired, and no life, you got to do something. Keep busy.
Can you be unemployed and retired?
I am. Well, no, I'm retired. But
oh yeah, you're not unemployed. You're retired.
I'm retired. I'm like, I like to get a little extra job on the side so I can get a little extra money coming in. But where am I going to get? When I got to walk with my walker, who's going to hire me?
You never know.
Maybe somewhere where you can just sit.
Yeah. Maybe a guardhouse.
Dog walker.
I don't mind doing sitting down jobs. Not a problem. But I do play bocce ball on Tuesdays now. So
all right, well that's something to look forward to.
Oh, that's fun.
You play for money or just to play?
Yeah, it's fun. We got 44 people, and
wow.
We have 11 teams, and we just started. Of course, I'm 0-1 already, but we still got time to make it up.
44 teams is a lot. How many guys on a team or people?
11 teams of 4 people.
Oh, okay.
44 people.
Okay.
Men and women that live in the community and that outsiders. And just have some people take it a little more seriously than others, but
yeah, like everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get together on Tuesdays, and then probably hit the fair on Tuesday also after that.
All right, well, sounds like you got a lot going on, brother. Appreciate it always. Thank you for turning up to Franny's remote and giving her a little support. And it sounds like you picked up some good meat.
It's a nice, like I said, I got to remember how to cook it a little less time, and I'll be good to go.
Well, trial and error. You know what? You do it next time, you'll get better at it. Just like sex.
Yeah, okay.
Just like sex. What I do with my meat, I keep trying it over and over again. I'll get it right one of these days.
Okay.
I mean, you got to try it again. What are you going to do? Take it from the top. Mike, you're the best, baby.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Take
you
care,
too,
Mike.
buddy. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Looks like Belichick is interviewing again with the Atlanta Falcons, and that might be where he ends up.
Interesting.
Second time he had an interview with them.
He can buy Elton John's place that he sold in Atlanta recently.
He probably could. It seems like he's going to get the job, obviously.
Oh, if he wants it, right?
Yeah,
I
think so.
Anybody would want him.
Yeah, and I just can't see him in Atlanta. I don't think that's a good team.
I know, but maybe it's one of those things. Maybe it's just like, I'm the guy who can turn him around.
You might be right. Yeah. I mean, it's not a strong division, that's for sure. Every year, a different team wins. Every single year.
Well, there's something to be said about that. You know, I mean, you talk about the Chargers, and you're in the same division as the Chiefs, and then, if Denver ever turns things around, you know, I mean, that's unlikely, but you never know. And of course, you got the Raiders that has seen a little bit of success at the end of this year, so maybe that's not if you're thinking like going into it with that mindset of the division.
Yeah, because the division's bad.
And I think some people do. I mean, you've mentioned it before, and I can see that that's a consideration.
Well, Carolina's not good. Yeah. Obviously, the Saints are They're not great. You got Tampa, who won it this year, but barely.
Tampa's doing well, but, how many more years does Baker have? I mean, he's not too old, but.
No, he's young, but, I mean, the team they were 9-7. Yeah. You don't have anybody like going 13-3, so maybe that's his thought. Hey, I'll come in there, get some people. They definitely need a quarterback, the Falcons. There's no doubt about it. But we'll see what happens. And I wonder if Belichick goes to the Falcons. Will Chick-fil-A open on Sundays?
Nope.
That's part of it.
He's not the Lord, so that's who they...
He's close. He's Bill Belichick, Franny. He's been in 9 Super Bowls. That's going to be his contract.
It's taking an act of government to get him open in New York.
Oh, I know. They said that. It's crazy. I had a buddy of mine who just went up to Jersey for the first time in his life, Jimmy. And what do you think he was shocked the most about?
Where'd he go in Jersey? North Jersey?
Essex County. North Jersey.
Shocked about the roads.
The biggest thing he was shocked about was getting gas. He's like, I couldn't believe it. Yeah. He goes, you know what?
Should have known.
He rented a car. He goes, and I was shocked. He goes, they still pump your gas. I said, yep.
And they're so adamant.
Yeah.
Do not get out of your car.
That's what he said. He said, day where he goes, I thought I was getting pulled over.
Yeah, they'll tackle you.
Yeah, you're right. Almost.
Get your car.
Yeah.
Get your car.
He goes, I pulled up and I got it. We got it. He goes, they'll check your oil. He goes, I was like, oh my God. He goes, that is rare. I said, I believe it's us.
That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
I think that's it, yeah.
Oregon changed.
I was going to say, wasn't it Oregon too?
Oregon changed, yep.
Wow.
Yep, they finally changed. I don't know if it's going into effect yet, but they did change. And there might be a county here or there or something like that around the country, but as far as states are concerned, Jersey's it now.
That's amazing. Well, it's one thing I learned to do is just because of that. Sometimes you're forced to learn. I never knew how to pump gas, but now I picked it up. Great little achievement.
I hope one day that some states will start bringing it back. I really do, because it's a great starter job for kids.
Yeah.
It really is.
I agree.
Almost every kid in the world, or at least I know up in our area, I mean, that was like one of your first jobs. You either did that or you push carts or newspaper.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think
newspapers are gone. You're not going to see that come back. But
you're right.
There's still kids pushing carts, and it's a great starter job.
I think you're 100% right. Yeah. It's a shame, but it is weird. I guess if you go up there and you get out of your car, and your guy's like, "Get in your car."
Yeah, I did it. I did it last time I went up was 2 years ago, and I know.
Yeah.
But it just
so you're used to it down here.
It's such a habit.
Mm-hmm.
I just automatically.
That's what we hope we are for you every single day. A habit, a bad habit. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back with a trifecta, and we'll put a bow on this biatch. We'll be back.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the same way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
In Boynton Beach, we have a ramp accident that is clearing 95 northbound to Boynton Beach Boulevard. All clear if you're traveling the Turnpike. Drive times are up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Hey, it's the Greek from iHeartRadio from Monroe's of Palm Beach, celebrating an 11-year anniversary. Join them January 20th to celebrate 11 years serving Palm Beach. Prime rib and open bar, prizes all night long. It's Monroe's 11-year anniversary. Beautiful ladies, a 5-star menu, open to 5 a.m. This is a party you definitely want to be at. It's Monroe's 11th year anniversary party. Peace!
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, read-alouds, and giveaways, it's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paid for by government.com. Did you know? The United States Mint has issued a new Morgan silver dollar coin in proof condition for the first time. Not only that, they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 400,000 of these legal tender silver dollars were issued. These first ever Morgan silver dollars are brand new with stunning mirror-like finish, minted by the iconic San Francisco Mint. Call now and you're guaranteed a new first ever 99.9% pure silver proof Morgan dollar. To learn more, call 1-800-222-3967. If you order now, you will receive a free coin collector bonus pack, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-222-3967.
We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. For families in poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s this afternoon. A few showers and an isolated storm possible through this evening. Then temperatures in the 60s tonight with more clouds through Friday. Highs will remain in the mid-70s before much cooler and drier air filters in for the weekend. Highs in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability. Discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
It's sponsored by the physicians at MMJ.
21 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday afternoon. Looks like the sun's coming out. That's always a good sign. Something we haven't seen in a while. Don't forget, after the Penthouse is the Greek Zone. We have Rob Vino join us today. We'll get into the NFL games, the lines, and so much more. Jimmy's in the house.
Good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, happy Thursday.
And
hello, Franny.
Hi.
And let's do our last trifecta of the day.
Okay, hang on. And that's
Riders up. It's Greek's trifecta.
All right, last night was a tough night for South Florida sports teams. The Heaters lost, the Panthers lost, and the Canes lost. So there's only one way to go when you're down. That's up. So hopefully all three of them can bounce back with a W. The Canes lost to Florida State in basketball. The Panthers lost in overtime to Detroit, and the Miami Heat got beat in Toronto, and Jimmy Butler did play last night. So tough night for the South Florida teams, not coming up on the winning side. Well, one of the games this weekend is the Lions in Tampa Bay, and a cornerback for the Lions, Johnson, is taking shots at Baker Mayfield, just saying that they got a lot of good receivers, great receivers, he said, but not a good quarterback. Baker Mayfield not really biting, just said, look at the film. We'll see about that game. That's going to be this weekend. I think there's going to be some points in that game. It'll be an interesting game. And then also on Sunday, you do have the Bills and the Chiefs. Their seventh time they've matched up these two guys in the playoffs and regular season. Mahomes and Allen should be a great game. Super Bowl odds are still out there, and the teams that are favorite are the Ravens and the Niners, both at 3-1 as of the last 8 teams. Ravens number 1 seed, and the Niners are the number 1 seed, so no surprise there. Both of those teams are going to be playing on Saturday, 4:30 and 8:30. Ravens in Houston and the Niners and Packers. And that is your last trifecta of the day. Peace.
You. Well, I got a couple text messages I want to get into, and then we're going to find out who really is better with directions. Men or women, I will let you know. But
duh, we already know that.
we're talking about scratchers. I said I saw something on TikTok or whatever it was, maybe Reels, where you put hand sanitizer on where you do the scratcher and just wipe it off with a rag. And, and somebody says that I like to take a shot of tequila and lick my scratch offs. It usually takes 2 or 3 shots per card.
Nice.
Oh,
All right.
Never tried tequila.
No, I have not either.
Had a shot.
You might think you won. You lost. You might think you lost. You won.
Yeah. Somebody wants to know, G-Man, who's a bigger whiner, LeBron or Mahomes?
Oh, my God. I know you're hearing so much of that lately.
That's easy.
This year, it seems like Mahomes, because the last couple of weeks, everybody, but LeBron for years. For years, everybody always said LeBron.
Okay. Would you agree?
Oh,
yeah.
By far.
And then we have this is a good invite for you, G-Man. Tell Greek if he wants Chick-fil-A on Sunday, he can come over to my trailer. All right. And then we have...
Yeah, trailer.
And we have Brett from Melbourne. Hello, Freddie, Greek, and Jimothy. The school teacher you were talking about, the man was hoping to cheat with her. He would have had said something to his wife.
I don't remember this.
Was she a school teacher? Maybe this is the dilemma I think you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Brett. So confusing. Because he's mentioning soup. So I think you're talking about the social dilemma, and I will pull it back up.
Soup is
That's what she was taking.
Having
yeah, so let me
lunch with her husband.
Yes, so let me go back. I don't know. Did I say she was a school teacher? I don't remember. No. So
you just said they worked together.
This was earlier. Oh, this is why. It was at a school event.
Oh,
right.
That she found out.
Okay, I thought there was something with school. I just couldn't.
One of my children was approached by my husband's coworker. Yeah. Wait, no, sorry. At a school event for one of my children, I was approached by my husband's coworker, an attractive young woman who I've met a couple times. She said she really enjoyed the soup that I made for my husband lunch last week, and she loved to have the recipe. I was a little confused, but then she tells me that my husband often shares his lunch with her at the office. I don't know if she could see it in my face, but at the moment I was shocked. I felt like my husband was cheating on me with another woman. Since then, I've only gotten more angry about his betrayal. Am I overreacting? Should I say something to my husband, or am I being crazy? So that is what Brett is talking about, if you're not familiar. That was earlier on in the Penthouse. Now let me go back.
Notice how she said his betrayal.
Yeah.
Like in like it doesn't matter. Like
she's already
writing, but she's already there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it says, hello, Franny, Greek, and Timothy. Maybe this might make sense, but the school teacher you were talking about, which we know was not a school teacher, it was a school event, about the man was hoping to cheat with her. He would have had said something to his wife. And the other teacher was all about the soup. So the other woman. Did you... Brett, it's not making sense. Did you say your hubby was doing... And now he goes from that, so did you say your hubby was doing a helicopter in the window? I remember being able to do that. Wow. Now it's on the runway with two. What? Okay, I guess he's talking about his peen. I remember being able to do that. Now it's on the runway with 2 parachutes hanging way down. Aw, that's sad. Money's on the dresser.
Appreciate it. I think I can get something out of that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I can get something out of that.
Normally, Brett, they make sense to me. That one was a little difficult for me. And then we have somebody here. With the keyword for this hour, 1:00, Jimmy, because you have about 10 more minutes to enter it.
Yeah, go to realradio921.com. When that window pops up, enter the word bank, BANK, and you'll be in the running for $1,000 or red zone revenue in the 1 p.m. hour. Like Franny said, you got about 13 more minutes. Go get it.
There you go. And then I'm going to get into who's better at directions. We got a text. I think women are better at directions because my wife is always telling me where to go.
Let me guess.
You're right.
It's warm.
So, yes.
Really warm.
I was going to definitely say the same thing because women are always usually the boss.
I don't think we are surprised by this, but men are said to be better with directions than women. And there is a new study claim that has uncovered the source of their skills. While theories have suggested the ability stems from evolution, right? Researchers from University of Illinois, they determine it comes down to how different genders are raised. They said the team suggests that boys' experience likely results in their enhanced navigational abilities versus females. They thought the evolution played a role in it because historically men would travel farther from home than women to provide for their families. But researchers noted that if that were the case, the genetic trait would have been passed down to female children, right? If that is the case, according to them. So they're saying the trend for males to display slightly better performance than females, independent of sex differences. in home range size or whatever is most likely a side effect of a sex hormone, is what they're claiming. These are caused by testosterone, but serve no function. They are kind of like a side effect. So they looked at all kinds of species. It wasn't just humans. They had, I don't even know half of these, a meadow vole, a pine vole, a California mouse, a brilliant-thiyed poison frog.
California mouse.
A brilliant-thiyed poison frog, a Talus tucu.
Well, you had me there.
What's a California mouse? Have a Ram jersey on?
How'd you know?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But they looked at data and they were looking at this. And so basically, and it's not like they were like, hey, mouse, show me the directions. But they followed the species and their habits for various amount of times. And they said with some looked at for less than a year, while others were measured for more than a year to compare how they would navigate. And I'm guessing maybe they had them for like a maze or something, the little ones.
A little piece of cheese.
Yes. And they did this. They did this with humans too. And they did. They were able to figure out that it doesn't matter what species it was, whether it was human or any of these animals, that men did have better sense of direction than women do.
Yes. Maybe because women are always telling men what to do. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I don't know. Again, I think a lot of it is the individuals, but I think it's out there that, like stereotypes that always happen in everything with men and women.
But it depends on where you're from. So there are some countries where women have better directional skills. They said like countries where they made greater strides in workplace and society, like the UK, Australia, and even in the United States. But women are actually better at navigating than in countries where women's roles in society is less developed, such as Egypt, because they probably don't leave their house. And that's probably it. That's why they say make bigger strides, right? Like we're more out there in the workforce and doing things, and that's why they bring up UK, Australia, and United States. But in those countries where they don't, then yeah, of course they don't have navigational skills because they probably can't go anywhere. And that's due to men telling them to stay at home. And probably the government, too.
Yeah.
Telling them to stay at home.
It's more that.
Yeah.
Or religion.
Yes, and religion, too. Telling them to stay at home.
Interesting. Again, if you have an opinion on it, let us know. Always appreciate you guys getting involved in the show, whether you're texting us, calling us, or emailing us.
Yep. Basically, they put it down. It's the way that you're raised. The way that men and women are raised contribute to their navigational skills. And I mean, I know you guys didn't do it, but even if you're a little Boy Scout, I mean, you guys got to learn how to use a damn compass and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean,
it happens in the Girl Scouts too, and I think it's just what you're exposed to in life. If you travel a lot, I mean, when I was a kid, and me and my brother grew up, we would go camping, and back then you'd have the map, and you get the map out, and it was just the way you did. You learned it. You learned how to navigate. But I don't necessarily. It's because I have a penis. I never looked at it that way.
No, it doesn't point you where to go. Is it going to work like that?
Not well.
Like a compass?
Not while driving, anyway.
That's impressive if it does. I don't need a compass. I have my penis.
Go that way.
Due south.
There is another girl out there who is making a lot of money, and all she does is text lonely men. There's a lot of men out there that are lonely. And she's a model, Alexa Love. She makes $360,000 a year sexting and texting lonely men. But they're, again, everybody does a lot of different things. But she's out there, and she's pretty easy on the eyes. But she's making some serious money, $360,000 a month. And the number keeps going up with all this stuff, OnlyFans. It's just crazy the amount of money that people spend on this. And for these girls, they don't even have to leave their house. They don't have to worry about commuting.
Oh, not at all. And if she doesn't even have to really post pictures, if she's just texting, that's even a sweeter gig, too.
And sexting.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's doing both. But the amount of money that people make on this is just a crazy amount of money.
I wonder if we can get in on this money, G-Man, because we've had to deal with this. It looks like Madonna is finally being sued. And I say finally is because she's being sued for being late to her concerts. They're calling it blatant false advertising.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I did see this.
They're saying she may have to learn her lesson to punctuality the hard way. We waited an hour and a half, 2 hours for her to start. It felt like an eternity.
No, it felt longer than that. I thought it was like 2-3 hours.
Yeah, but there's two men just filed a class action against her for starting her concerts late. Michael Fellows and Jonathan Haddon are leading the charge against Madonna and concert organizer Live Nation, too, claiming they owe big damages after shows that were scheduled to start at 8:30 did not start until 10:30. I mean, do you think got a leg to stand on?
I don't know. Because that was always like the chic thing, people come in late stage, but she put it to a whole new level. And I saw the other night, she was in Toronto, and she said to everybody, how's everybody doing tonight in Chicago? Oh, she was in Chicago.
Oh, she did the wrong city.
Yeah. It was Boston.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah,
and she thought she was in Toronto, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Someplace in Canada, but it might have been Toronto.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't even know. She just wakes up and is like, all right, where am I? But yeah, they said false advertisement, negligent misrepresentation, and unfair and deceptive trade practices. So they're suing for unspecified damages and taking aim at all 3 nights that Madonna showed up late to the Barclays Center, and she's been late at a lot of hers. They said, this is a long documented history of not starting on time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what's going to happen. And the guys spent, they said these ticket prices, listing dollar amounts around $155 to $300. And so,
what do they got? Damages?
And they're like,
The next day they got up late for work.
Yeah,
I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, what are you claiming? Is that a legally bonding
contract?
Don't know.
As far as the time that's on there, I don't
think so.
I don't know legally if they're going to have anything there.
I don't know. I mean, they got an attorney on it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, attorneys don't care. They work pro bono. If they get something, they get it. They don't care.
People are suing over silly things and misrepresenting what was that one with the Reese's cups and the pumpkins on the Reese's cups for Halloween didn't have the
carved
out eyes on it. Somebody's suing over that. I mean, you can't get much more ridiculous than that. This at least is somebody was out 2 hours of their life.
So they said.
You think with Madonna's, it's like Guns N' Roses. She's gonna be late. So if it's
and Guns N' Roses has actually they've gotten way better, and it was specifically Axl Rose.
Yeah, if you go see Madonna at 8:00, I wouldn't get there till after 9 because she's not coming out.
Yeah,
it.
If you're going just to see her,
she was sued before. So that's what, according to this TMZ article, they say if you think she's sweating it, think again because it's not the first time she's been sued. They said she was sued for late starts, sued in 2019 and in 2020 for pulling up late to her shows. And I got to listen to it. They're like, in this case of the 2019 suit, Madonna gave what they call a goated response. You got to hear to believe. So I'm going to make sure I listen to that after the show's done. She's probably like, I don't give a damn.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I did. Jimmy sent me something yesterday that was all over the sports industry yesterday with Todd Bowles when you talked about the reporter. And you sent it to me. I saw it about 10 times after you actually told me. And it was pretty funny. He handled it very well.
Yeah.
He
did.
I believe, am I wrong, Jimmy, in saying this? Was it a female reporter?
Oh, yeah. You can only go by sound.
But it sounded like a female.
It sort of sounded like a female. I mean, I don't really think that matters. I think it was just, it got me out there like, well, how are you going to prepare? Because, of course, that's the big news of Kansas City and, Buffalo and all that stuff that was going on. So, it's cold in Detroit. How are you going to prepare?
Yeah, what are you going to do with your team? Are you going to let them practice, get used to the weather?
And I think the thing about it that really got me was, was Detroit ever in an open-air stadium?
Years ago.
I was going to say, how long ago? That's got to go.
Oh, no, because they had the Silver Dome for a long time with that big white member at the top.
Right.
Yeah, it was like a parachute.
Point is, they've been in a dome for a long time.
I would say 20 years.
It's new.
Yeah, easy 20 years, maybe longer. But he handled it well, Bowles. He was like, he laughed a little, and he goes, they do play indoors. And then she didn't have any answer after that. But it was pretty funny.
Well, the video ends. It was only 30 seconds long, so I don't know if she followed up with it or not, unless you saw an extended version of the video.
No, I thought he handled it well and very professional.
Yeah.
I think somebody else could have been a little brutal.
Oh, yeah, I would have laughed in her face.
I'm like, all right, you're prepared. How am I going to get my team prepared? How are you prepared for this interview?
She did her homework, too. I mean, you see the weather and everything. I mean, she went on about it for a couple seconds there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough on your team. Not
we
really.
Got this front coming in. It's going to be 9 degrees and this and that. It's like, how are you prepared for the cold?
How are you going to prepare your team? That's what she said. And he just looked at her and he smiled at first. And then he was he didn't even change his voice. He was very quiet.
Yeah,
he was just like, it's inside. And she was like, okay.
Well, that's him, too.
Yeah.
That's his personality.
I'm glad it wasn't.
I like him. I like Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
He's a good head coach, good speaker, and he leads that team well.
quiet. Imagine if it was Belichick. Oh, my God. Or somebody
See,
bad.
what would Belichick say to that?
We're on to Cincinnati. Something like that.
Yeah. Probably. We're on to Cincinnati, yeah.
Jimmy, great job as always. Thanks for your help. Everything you do in the studio with the blog and the contest. Thank you, mama.
Hello, thank you. And thank you, Francis. Thank you, Greek. Thank you for listening.
Franny, great job as always. Thanks for showing up for work today. Thanks so much for
least
everything.
I could do.
So don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, at least I could do show up.
Thanks for coming by and hanging with us for a couple hours.
No problem.
You going to come back
Am I
tomorrow?
getting paid for this?
You come back tomorrow?
I think so, yeah. As long as I'm invited, I'll be here.
You're always invited.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, G-Man.
Hold on, here. I got it coming right up. Granny, please come in.
All right.
To work
Are you sending me an invitation? Jimmy, there you go. Oh, thank you. I'll be here. Okay. And thank you guys for everything.
Thanks for the quick response, too. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I didn't want you to wait that long. I didn't want you to be like anticipating, is she coming?
It's like a text.
I know.
Oh, no, what do we do?
Yep. Thank you so much for participating. Text line, talkbacks, phone calls, emails. We love it. And make sure you're tuned in about 10 minutes because you're going to get a keyword from Rover, from Rover's Morning Glory. Take that keyword. We call it Red Zone Revenue. Enter it, realradio921.com. Score yourself $1,000. And the website should be fixed. 13 times a day you have an opportunity to do it.
Thanks, Franny.
Yes, 13 times a day. Thank you, everybody who let me know. G-Man, parting words.
If somebody texts you, is there a time limit? Think about it. I don't think so. If you want to text back, text back. If you want to wait, wait. And if it's a female that you like, how long do you wait? We'll get into all those things tomorrow, and we'll make them up. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.
This must be why God created YouTube.
Well, this and cat videos. But mainly for the cat videos.
Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio. Real Radio wants you to score some Red Zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it! You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money!
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in Red Zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Problem-free drive along the Palm Beaches. Thursday afternoon drive looks good. No big delays on the Turnpike. Not seeing any accidents on 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Hey, it's the Greek from iHeartRadio from Monroe's of Palm Beach, celebrating an 11-year anniversary. Join them January 20th to celebrate 11 years serving Palm Beach. Prime rib and open bar, prizes all night long. It's Monroe's 11-year anniversary. Beautiful ladies, a 5-star menu, open to 5 a.m. This is a party you definitely want to be at. It's Monroe's 11th year anniversary party. Peace.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with a Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Imagine having all the money you need for retirement, all the income, every month, guaranteed. That's Secure Future Investor, an indexed annuity tied to growth in the stock market, but without any risk of loss ever. It's guaranteed money for life income, no matter how long you live. Call 888-509-2228. 888-509-2228. Sponsored by GP Agency, Inc., Raleigh, North Carolina. Licensed in all states. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, Brent, love the color. If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans?
Compare benefits plans, obviously.
But you know how complicated benefits are, right?
Well, I run payroll with Gusto. Gusto makes it easy to find benefits like medical, dental, and vision for my whole team.
Whoa. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna need new glasses.
Don't worry, you're covered.
Choose benefits without the mess. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s this afternoon. A few showers and an isolated storm possible through this evening. Then temperatures in the 60s tonight with more clouds through Friday. Highs will remain in the mid-70s before much cooler and drier air filters in for the weekend. Highs in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at realradio921.com. That's cash. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
It is the Greek. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Get ready for the weekend and the Elite Eight in the NFL, baby. We have Rob Vino calling us today at 2:35. He's going to break down some games for us, college, pro, or the NBA. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello. Good afternoon.
And, of course, you guys are with us. You can call us at 877-927-6969. We start looking at the lines in the Greek Zone, the picks, and what is going on this weekend. It is the Elite Eight in the NFL. And you've really got some great games ahead of us. Houston and Baltimore. Houston's laying 9.5. Oh, excuse me, getting 9.5, not laying. And Baltimore, the over-under in that game is 43.5. Green Bay and San Fran. San Fran is -10. Over-under is 50. Tampa Bay, Detroit, over under 48.5. And Tampa Bay is getting 6. And the Chiefs and the Bills. And the Buffalo Bills are 2.5, over under 46.5.
That's the only game I've seen a little bit of line movement there that they dropped. It looks like money's coming in on Kansas City.
Yeah, we did discuss this the other day, where the money seems to be coming a little bit more on Kansas City and Tampa Bay. And then that was that's a website that's out there. It shows you where the country's betting. And again, it doesn't have every bet down there, just the ones that are documented where sports betting is legal. State of Florida is legal. Remember, you don't want to miss the action. Get in the action with the Hard Rock app. Make sure you guys have the opportunity to do that. One of the great features that the Hard Rock app has is you can cash out, meaning that if you got a parlay going and you got 75% of it, they give you an opportunity to cash out and get some money back, which is a great thing. You don't get that other places. And, man, that is a pretty cool option to have.
I misunderstood what you were talking about before the break. So you mean so the bet is happening, right? Mm-hmm. And once you place the bet, it gives you that right away. Right, so you can cash out of it. You don't have to. Now, usually there's a penalty of some sort. You don't get all of your money back. I've seen that. Typically, like if I'll bet $5, you can cash out right away at, let's say, $4.50, something like that, right? Yeah. So you lose, just a little bit. During the game, it gives you that option as well, but usually that number is going to go down, obviously, if you're losing.
Which is great. I mean, they give it
it is a neat feature, though.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah.
But they also give it to you if you're winning. So if you have a parlay and if you have 3 teams in, a 3-team parlay and 2 are in, they send you a text. They said, you want to cash out? That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people do it. My buddy did it the other night.
Did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he took a shot. He goes, hey, because in your mind, when are you ever going to refuse free money? You figure, you know what I mean? I might lose the third part of the parlay, and I'm not going to get any money.
Right.
So if they give you an app, and the app has it where you cash out, you'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's great.
Yeah, you don't get as much profit,
of
right,
course,
in that particular case.
Nope.
But
you're still getting it.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, so say you're getting 10 apples, they might offer you 5.5 or 6.
Yeah.
You're still getting it. You can't get that anywhere else, or you can't get that if you bet with the man on the street. So those are your lines, and they haven't changed. They've just fluctuated a little. Baltimore, Houston, a little bit of a weather. There might be some bad weather there. They're not sure. San Fran, the weather's going to be fine. Detroit's in a dome. We found that out the hard way. Buffalo and Kansas City.
One reporter did.
Yeah. Buffalo and Kansas City. That's going to be Sunday night, and it's going to be a little cold. And hopefully there's no snow there, and we'll find out about that. In the NBA tonight, last night, the Heat took it really bad. They ended up losing, and it wasn't a good game for the Heat. Tonight, you got Chicago and Toronto. Toronto, new team. They traded away their all-star. They're getting 2 from Chicago. The Knicks and Washington. Knicks made some good moves, and they're playing better. -12 over Washington. Washington, not a good team. Utah, Oklahoma City, -3.5 over Utah. And Indiana, Sacramento. Sacramento, 7 over Indiana with this new lineup. And then you got Memphis and Minnesota. Minnesota, 12.5 to Minnesota. Minnesota, 12.5 over Memphis. Memphis, don't forget, John Morant is out. And those are some of your NBA games. Those are all of them. And then also we will definitely look into college basketball. There's a couple of games tonight. And I'm just going to go with the names that, you might realize. Michigan, Minnesota. Michigan's laying 12. And I know Gonzaga's playing. They always play on Thursday nights. And they're always laying a heavy number if you want to get involved with that and put down some money on it. I think Gonzaga is -12 tonight. And that game was always late because the Gonzaga games are always late. Usually it's a bailout special for a lot of people. They're looking at it and they're like, you know what? I got to try to get there. And if you're at a window, Michigan, 8:30 tonight, they're playing Illinois. Illinois is giving them 2.5. And Gonzaga's got to be on the board late. Washington, California. California is -2. Utah, 15 over Oregon State. And Long Beach right there. Cal State. Pepperdine, Gonzaga, -12.5 over Pepperdine. And that is your late night game. And Colorado is -6 over Oregon, another Pac-12 games. Late night, Thursday nights, those are the names you're going to get, the Pac-12 all the time. Stanford and Washington, Stanford -3.5. And those are your games in college football. NFL, if you guys want to get involved and give us a call, you can. Maybe you have an opinion. Baker Mayfield doing a little answering not talking, but some answering going back to him, where the Detroit Lions cornerback said that he's not that good. And Baker said, hey, look at some film. McCarthy on return to the Cowboys, buying into it, and he said he's ready to go. A lot of people thought he was going to get fired, but no, they're bringing him back. I don't know. I mean, again, as a Cowboy fan, you might be happy, you might not be. I think a lot of people assumed he was going to get fired because of, that they got blown out so bad, but it looks like Jerry Jones is going to stick with him. Jerry Jones also said we all have something to do with this loss, not only the players, the coaches, the front office, and himself. Maybe he did call Belichick, and we don't have any knowledge of that. And Belichick said, I'm not coming. So maybe he figured, hey, I'll go back with McCartney, who I'm going to get, who's going to come in there. The only other big name is the coach from Tennessee who's out there. And I guess they didn't want to make a move. And they just decided, you know what, we're going to bring McCartney back. He's been successful during the season, but not in the playoffs. Jimmy, were you surprised at that at all or no?
A little bit, but you know what? Again, I think part of the answer to that question is what are the options, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so if Bill isn't an option, he's pretty much the only other one, or maybe Vrabel.
Yeah.
But McCarthy's had success there, so they just got to get over that hump in the playoffs, and that's the part of the quotes too that I saw from Jerry. Is that, we got to focus there. We've got to be able to get over this hump. We've got the talent. We've got a great quarterback. We've got a good coach. We have a good staff. We'll add a few pieces, and we just got to keep working on it and getting there. So, I guess when you look at the overall picture, that's probably the best option for them.
His record is 42-25 in 3 years. They have won the division twice, which is great. But I got to be honest with you, I think I would have fired him. After this year and this game and the struggles they had, I think I would have fired him and tried to bring somebody else in name. If there was somebody out there. There was somebody out there that I believe can make us better. I'm sure Jerry Jones didn't think that. He's 12-5 every year. That's a great season, but they're just not winning the playoffs, whether it's preparation, mistakes. Prescott made a lot of mistakes in that game, a pick six, and then obviously an interception at the 10. But again, I don't think many people, and if you did, hats off to you, thought the Packers had a chance. Some people thought the Packers might cover, but to get blown out the way they did, it was 27-0 in the second quarter.
Do you look at that game as coaching mistakes or player mistakes or both?
Both.
Okay.
Definitely.
And that backs up obviously the opinion, and I'm not saying that to make it sound bad. I mean, I agree. I mean, obviously if you're looking to remove the coach, I mean, then you have to assume that there was coaching mistakes, right? I mean, you got to look at it from that point.
Yeah, the Packers just drove right down on him, destroyed him on the run. Yeah. Love looked like Joe Montana or Tom Brady, whoever you want to use. It didn't seem like they had any rush for him. The Prescott interceptions, you can't blame the coach. The one was a pick six right in front of the guy.
Yeah.
He's not paying attention. I don't know. It seemed like they weren't as prepared as they should have been. And a lot of the Dallas Cowboys players said when they look up the scoreboard, and their quotes, and not that you could have good ones or bad ones, but they were like, we're in shock. So, I mean, it's the NFL, and any team can beat any team. And you should know that as a player. These are pros, too.
Yep.
I mean, they're professionals. They're good. They're out there. So when you're thinking like, hey, I think they walked in there a little overconfident, I think that definitely. And I think that's where coaching has to get them all week. Like, hey, we haven't proved anything. It's a new season. We got to win.
Right.
Don't worry about the point spread. Don't read the paper. Don't listen to the radio. Don't listen to the podcast. We got to go out there at 0-0. I think a little bit of that could have been there for him. And I also think adjustments, that's coaching, where things change and you see certain things that are working or not working. But Prescott, the two picks were bad. They just were. And he doesn't play well in the playoffs. So, I mean, again, when you don't have success in something and you don't change anything, can it be different? I mean, do we sit here a year from now, God willing, and they say Dallas lost again in the first round? Then he gets fired because his contract's up.
Sure.
But, I mean, really, what's going to change? Diggs, their cornerback, that was an all-pro. He got injured. That was one bad thing. But they had no rush at all. They are America's team. Everybody's going to look at them good, bad, or indifferent. I don't think he's the answer, but I don't know who would be better. I would have probably went with the guy you said from Tennessee.
Vrabel.
Right. I think he would be an energy, a little bit more blood.
I think he could bring in a different attitude on that team and with the tools there that he maybe didn't have in Tennessee.
I think so, but I also think you don't know if he's part of the Belichick tree. Maybe he went to Belichick first and Belichick. We don't know. We're speculating. Parcells and Jones didn't get along at all, and Belichick is good friends with Parcells. I think that's something to do with where he said to him, "You're crazy at the end of your career if you go down there."
He may not even have had to, right? Or was already said, years ago, right?
Yeah, he might have been like, "Don't go down there, especially at the end of your career. You don't want to deal with that drama."
Right.
Maybe if you're a first-time coach, you take what you can get. Yeah. It's an opportunity.
Well, he doesn't like dealing with the media now.
No.
Could you imagine it in Dallas? I mean, that's like going from St. Louis to New York Yankees.
You're right.
You talk about the media markets, it's huge.
Well,
I mean, obviously, just because of the fact that it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, they live and breathe them, the whole world. I mean, all down there, Texas, that's what it's about. I think also he might have said to him, like, you know what? He's going to scrutinize you, question your decisions. Jerry Jones is not an owner who stays out of the media. Even like after the game, he had 50 guys around him. He loves the microphone.
He still has a show, right?
Yeah, I think he does a radio
podcast or a radio show of some sort.
I think if it's not his show, I think he goes on a radio show every time after the game.
Okay.
Mondays, and it could be his too. But he's a unique owner where he's very involved. Probably the most recognizable owner in the NFL, I would say.
Oh,
he's got to be up there.
Is there another one? I mean, Kraft, and Kraft. Right?
Yeah, Kraft only because
Kraft. I think part of it because of down here. What happened?
Yeah, and Kraft because he won, but Kraft you don't get a lot of soundbite. From Jerry, every week there's soundbite.
Yeah,
you don't get anything from Kraft. You'll see him in the building, and you'll see him in his in his suite when the Patriots play. And when they were winning, obviously you show him more. You didn't see him a lot this year, Kraft. You just didn't because the Patriots sucked. But Jones is a unique guy. He really is. He wants to win. But I think the biggest problem with Jerry Jones, I'm not saying anything anybody doesn't know, which is sometimes a lot of people's problems, is his mirror. And that's his ego.
Yeah.
He's the GM.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when nobody's telling you what to do, it's the emperor, where it's like, okay, you're fine. Nah, you're actually not fine. They've made some good draft picks, though. I mean, I can't say Diggs has been awesome. Lamb has been awesome. Parsons been awesome. 3 All-Pros. I mean, great picks, but there's just that ingredient there. Can't get it right. And I can't imagine being a fan. You want to talk about some memes? They were showing people like throwing down stuff out, right? Did you see it?
I've seen all kinds of memes. Of course, they did the old typical where Prescott's holding the tray full of turnovers.
Yeah. That's funny.
The pastry, of course, but that joke's been around. That goes way back. I mean, the first time I can remember that is with Romo.
Yeah, you're right.
Believe it or not. I mean, again, just a coincidence that it's the Dallas quarterback, but I've seen that one a bunch of times. But yeah, all the different ones, associated with losing. They put a star on it. Right?
Yeah. Or the guy driving a bicycle down the road goes into a garbage can.
Yeah.
Another guy.
And the garbage can is the Packers. Yeah. Stuff like that.
Guy jumping from the roof. And then they show a lot of people, actual Dallas fans, flipping out, throwing their T-shirts away.
Yeah.
There's a guy that I know, and he's a gentleman in his 50s. And he told me he burnt his Prescott jersey after the game.
I saw videos, people doing it. Somebody took out a cardboard cutout of Dak and they threw it out in the snow.
In the snow,
and he took off his shirt and he threw it. And some of that stuff I'm sure is staged, but still in all, it's the attitude that's been out there.
This guy's an attorney. Yeah. He's like, you think, what? Like you burned? And he looked at me. He goes, what are you looking at? I go, you burned your jersey?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. He sucks. I'm done with that team. I'm not getting disappointed anymore. I'm like, oh, my God.
Guess where he'll be in August?
Dallas can't trade him. Buy a new one.
Yeah.
I said to him, I can't imagine you as a kid. As a fan. Oh, my God. I expect that for the 10-year-old kid. going crazy like that. And I said, you had no money on the game. He goes, no money. But he goes, just the hype.
You see the same thing when they protest.
Yeah.
When things get a little bit more on the political side, and it's like, well, I don't believe in that. I'm going to burn their jersey. Well, what are you doing? You already bought it. You already paid for it. You're not hurting them.
No,
that's always a silly one. What was another good meme I saw where a dude that was kind of like being held back by a couple security guards, and they said, what is it? That's them forcing a fan to watch the entire game.
Oh, wow.
Dallas game, and of course he had a star on his shirt. So yeah, the memes are just nonstop. But more so because it's Dallas.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Dallas.
That was your point.
Lamar Jackson getting a lot of hype. He is ready for the playoff, that they can bounce it and make it happen and make this run all the way to the Super Bowl. It would be the first time he is in the Super Bowl with the Ravens as a starting quarterback. He is the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. The Ravens did add running back Cook. They wavered Gordon. Gordon, a good back, but he did fumble the ball a lot. The other thing for the Ravens that's the big news is that Andrews, an all-pro tight end, has practiced and looked good. So that's another thing that people, got to worry about if you are a Houston Texan fan, because, you got to deal with him, and he's very good. He's Lamar's favorite target. Tomlin said that he's coming back. He expects an extension, so that's going to happen for him. The Ravens, like I just said, added Cook. And the Dallas Cowboys are not making a change. They're just not. Baker Mayfield did talk about Johnson and the trash talking that's going on back and forth. If I was the Lions and Camel, I might be involved in getting there and just tell them, hey, shut up. Don't give this guy anything else. You don't want to give your opponent anything to, hang their hat on. You want to go out there and play the game and win. And that's about it. But I would not be zoned out there giving these guys anything to add to.
Keeping an eye a little bit here on the weather. I'm looking at Baltimore right now. Their forecast this weekend, if anything, is just going to be cold.
Okay.
I don't see any precipitation in the forecast. They're only looking at 4% that Saturday or Sunday. They're playing on Saturday, correct?
4:30.
Is it 4:30 Saturday? Okay. But looking at a high at 27, low at 21. So it is going to be cool there. I think that's even kind of cool for Baltimore standards. So that would be the thing there. Orchard Park, New York is looking at, again, just cool temperatures. Doesn't look like there's going to be precipitation there. Maybe a little bit of snow on Saturday, but again, looking at a high of 15, low of 11. So that'll be
normal.
The temperatures, pretty normal for Orchard Park, New York this time of year.
The Bills, the difference this time is that they get the Chiefs in the playoffs on their own turf.
Yep. So will that crowd noise be a factor? Will that help Buffalo? I think definitely it helps that Josh doesn't have to deal with the crowd in Kansas City. I don't know if that crowd effect is going to have much on Patrick. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, it's his first playoff game.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And you'll know right away. I mean, if he comes out, the knock on the Chiefs this year was that their offense and their receivers just kept shooting themselves in the foot.
Dropping a lot of drops.
Yep. They led the league in drop passes. Mahone says they're playing better. Rice is doing better. A couple of the receivers, Tony, he's got to step up. He's somebody who's been quiet, and he's a guy who had a big return last year in the Super Bowl for a punt return. We'll see what happens with him. But they do have some weapons, and they got Pacheco, their running back. So it's going to be a very good game. I'm looking forward to that game. There's no doubt about.
You think they'll come out passing, or you think it'll be a running game for either team? Which aspect do you see for them? And that's both teams, Kansas City and Buffalo.
I think they both pass.
Yeah.
I just do. I think they'll pass off the run.
Yep.
It's usually the other way around. You run after the pass. But I think the Bills, one thing they want to do is what they did last week is get off to a fast start.
Yeah.
And I think when you do that and you're home and then your crowd gets behind you, it's a tough place to be.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it.
You come out slinging it 30 yards down the field, and that even if it's incomplete, it still puts your defenders already on their toes where they're running backwards, and then that possibly can open up the running game and get Cook going.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Buffalo, they got their game plan. Kansas City's got theirs. They played each other 6 times. They know each other inside and out.
Yeah.
They've both said, both quarterbacks, we got to do a couple different wrinkles. Whether or not it works, we don't know.
Almost feels like a divisional game between these two. They keep facing each other year in, year out, whether it's regular season and postseason, right?
Yeah, I don't think either one blows them out. I think it's going to be a close game.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that.
I could see a 31-30. And I could just see it that. And the Bills are hot. Like I said, they've won 6 in a row. They were 6-6, and then they ripped it off. They won 5, and then they won a playoff game.
Yep.
So they've won 6 in a row, playing good ball. Josh Allen is playing good. Defense is a little banged up, though. And a couple more. Their linebacker core is hurting. And obviously, that's not a good thing when you got Mahomes in them. But I still lean Chiefs with the points, but I think Bears. I think the Bills can win.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with the injuries on defense for Buffalo, and of course, when you've got a close game, you can't. You say another thing that you mentioned, and I get it is. The next day is always, how could I bet against Mahomes?
Yeah.
Right? It's one of those factors, right? Because that guy can always turn it on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that ability because he's done it for so long, and he's one of those guys. I never wanted to bet against Brady in the playoffs for the same reason.
Yeah, same thing.
Yep. I mean, Brady a couple of times, with Super Bowls, he lost, but for the most part, he was money. He was 6-3 in the Super Bowls and very good in the division rounds and the championship rounds. So there was 9 championship games he won. So just look at it that way. There was a couple he did lose, but there was 9 that he won. I don't know. There's certain guys I don't want to bet against.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud had a big game last week against a great defense. Well, you know what? He's going against another defense outside and away from home.
Yeah.
As a rookie, he could take another step in his career. Like, wow, he goes through. Now, he goes out and wins this week. Wow. Against the number 1 seed in their backyard.
Sure, yeah.
Man, that'll be huge.
Yeah.
And you'll see a lot of people go crazy for him.
You want to talk about thanking God.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He is very religious. He always thanks God. He does. But, I mean, he would definitely thank God if he ended up winning. I can't see them losing. I just can't. I can see them maybe covering. But I can't see them losing.
Yeah, maybe to cover. Because, what last I saw, we're talking 9.5. So, I might lean that way. Just to cover.
I think every dog you can make a very good case for. And I don't think there's a problem doing anything. Not with Tampa, obviously. Kansas City's a dog. You don't even realize it, but they are getting to.
Isn't that wild? Huh?
Right? I mean, they're a dog. Yeah. The Packers and the Niners, the one thing with the Packers, and when we talk about not seeing it, the Packers have tuned the Niners last 3 years in the playoffs. They beat them again. You're going to wake up Monday and go, what am I thinking?
Yeah, that's another good point there, especially laying that many points.
And the Packers have Dallas's number. They beat them 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
And they beat them again. And again, you say trends don't matter. Sometimes people and they're different guys. I don't know. And I see those trends. It bothers me.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not on it. That it really bothers you. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone, sponsored by Jason Weiser. We'll come back with Rob Vino, get into some picks, and see what he's up to. We'll be back.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
We were talking about things our significant others are bad at, but unbeknownst to everyone on the show, I had them turn the tables. Wives and girlfriends have submitted things that we are all bad at. So far, what we've learned is that Snitzer's terrible at a lot of things.
Yeah, divorce is coming this year.
Tony says we're witnessing the demise of Snitzer's marriage.
I've been waiting for this day. So you could start dating him.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s this afternoon. A few showers and an isolated storm possible through this evening. Then temperatures in the 60s tonight with more clouds through Friday. Highs will remain in the mid-70s before much cooler and drier air filters in for the weekend. Highs in the 60s both Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Neos Fiberglass. Maybe it's your beloved boat that's in need of fiberglass repair, or maybe you want to make your custom, sleek, dream race car body come true. Whatever it is, if it's with fiberglass, Neos Fiberglass makes it happen. They are your fabrication, body restoration, and custom car experts. Call them right now at 561-255-0805 or visit BeneosFiberglass.com. Tell them the Brian Mudd sent you.
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, read-alouds, and giveaways, it's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Major roadwork slowing us down Lakeview Avenue West at Flagler Drive. That left lane is blocked. And we do have roadwork Okeechobee Boulevard East before Flagler, taking up a left lane. 95 in the Turnpike. Both look good and up to speed. That's traffic on Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
So last night at my apartment complex, I have a new neighbor, and she knocked on my door, and she just moved in, and so she just said, I just want to say hello, and because I just moved in right across the hall, which I thought was nice, you know. And she said, "Oh, it looks like you just moved in, too." I said, "No, actually, I've been here 2.5 years."
Yeah. I just haven't unpacked. That's all. Actually, I can't wait to get out of here. So. Figured I'd leave everything packed up.
I was coming home, and she's right across the hall. You know what I mean? So she had like a whole bunch of stuff, and she was just like trying her key. It was the very first time.
Okay, so you were passing by, though.
Yeah, I was walking.
Or she came over and knocked. I thought you said you knocked on your door.
After she went in, then she came and she knocked on her door because she had like this. They put like when it's a new apartment, like a tape, like new apartment. They just cleaned it and all that stuff, like so you know. And so she just came over and knocked at my door and said hi. Because I asked her, I said, "Do you need any help?" Because she had like all this stuff, box, mop, and that's it. And I said, and she said, "No, I'm fine. I'm just, she was going to take me a little while."
Okay.
She was
because
nice.
if you need anything, I'll call somebody.
Yeah.
Exactly. Question we all want to know: is she attractive?
That's so.
Well, he opened the door, so what's that telling you?
Is she attractive? It's a yes.
Jimmy, bing, bing, bing.
That's a yes.
Now, there was a girl down the hall that I became friendly with. She had a dog, and I liked her dog, and
Yeah. Yeah.
And I bought him like a little treat one time.
Yeah.
And
nobody's believing that.
And I said, "Oh, I was just
Where'd
shopping."
you buy the treat from?
PetSmart.
Okay. Look at you knowing some pet stores. The biggest one in the country.
I got him like a little toy doll
that was
of
nice.
me.
That was nice. I didn't know PetSmart made those.
So I can chew it up.
Wow, I know. Where do I find one of those? PetSmart?
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Florida sports talk just got hotter. This is the Greek Zone.
Yes, you're in the Greek Zone on a Thursday, getting ready for division round, baby. Then we got championship, and then we got Viva Las Vegas, 877-927-6969. Show always sponsored by Jason Weiser, my attorney. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. Remember, you don't want to miss the action. You want to get in the action. Make sure you're on that Hard Rock app. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And do we have our buddy Rob Vino?
We sure do. Now we got Rob on the air. Rob, welcome to the Greek Zone.
Hey, good afternoon, buddy. How are you?
I'm very good, Rob. How is everything up in Philadelphia Freedom? Man, what tough loss last week, huh?
We're freezing up here, buddy. It's snow on the ground and about 19 degrees, so it's cold up here.
No doubt about it. Were you surprised about the Eagles losing the way they did? And do you think the coach gets fired or does he stay?
I'm not sure anybody would be surprised that they got beat Monday night. Not even the way they got beat. I mean, that's the way they were going for the last 6 games or so. So I think while the town was hopeful, Greek, but I think they anticipated probably getting knocked out. And This is a tough fan base, right? They don't want to hear any excuses, and they would like to see Sirianni removed, but who knows what Jeffrey Lurie's going to do at this point in time. What Jerry Jones did with Mike McCarthy yesterday, a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
I had seen today real quick that Sirianni actually was in with Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman looking for new coaches. So that would indicate to me that they're looking to replace coordinators more than the head coach.
Yeah, that's usually happens. Guys keep their jobs because they throw it under the bus for other people, and then they rock and roll. Got a couple division round games, obviously a big four. And I want to just ask you a lean. You don't have to have a pick if you have a selection. Then we'll get into a little bit of some hoops with you, Rob Vino from WagerTalk.com. The Ravens, is there where you could really make a legitimate case for all four underdogs and, just sit back and say, okay, I'm going to take the points all weekend? Because it seems like that to me.
Oh, I don't think any of us would be surprised if the underdogs came through this weekend. Whether or not you want to bet all four of them, I'm not so sure. But, if you're going to ask me, could Houston, could Green Bay, could Tampa Bay, could Kansas City all end up playing the week after this? Absolutely, they could. The quarterback play, especially out of Houston and Green Bay, youthful, but really, really good at this point. Wow.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud, I said if he goes into Baltimore and wins, forget about it. That would be a big shocker. And also a team where, when you really dissect it, if the running back for the Colts catches a ball, they're not even in the playoffs. The Colts beat him that night, and he's home. And, here we go. They just lit up Cleveland, who had the best defense. But I do think, Rob, and your opinion on this, would you not agree Houston's a different team on the road than they are at home?
Oh, I would say that. I would say that about just about anybody, and we certainly saw it out of Cleveland, right? Their home-road dichotomy where defense is concerned and points allowed at home and on the road was massive. Sometimes you tend to push that aside and think maybe the overall is the right number, but it seemed like, Jim Schwartz just never adjusted in that game. Cleveland comes out and scores 2 quick touchdowns, makes it look real easy, matched, of course, by Houston's 10 points.
Yep.
But from there on out, it seemed like Houston was the team whose pass rush got going. Cleveland's never did. I never saw so many wide open receivers in my life. Rest assured, it won't be that easy against the Ravens in Baltimore on Sunday or Saturday. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't think so. I know some people, again, the tough thing with this week is in the championship week and obviously the Super Bowl is that as a bettor, there's so much information out there, so many different blogs, shows, different things, and you could get so overloaded and almost, you hear some people say, well, earlier in the week I like X, now I like Y, and that's just because there's so much information out there, and obviously being in the business, you know about this. What can you tell bettors and people out there where, you got to hold your own water, I believe, and not listen to the hype?
2 things I'll comment about on that. I always use this as an analogy. If you and I both go back, if we go back to the mid-'80s or later, when Mike Tyson would fight, and a new fight would be announced, and you'd say right off the bat to yourself, first instinct is that guy has no chance.
Yep.
But the fight's not for 4 months, 5 months, or 4 months, 5 months go by, and you read a lot, you hear a lot, and all of a sudden you think, well, maybe this guy does have a chance. And 30 seconds into the fight's over. Your gut instinct was correct. The other thing I'll say to that is that I work with a crew of 28, 29 other analysts who I respect immensely in this business, and I don't watch a single show on Wager Talk or listen to any of their opinions, not because I don't respect them, because I don't want to be swayed by them.
Yep.
You have to think for yourself. Granted, you have to go research for yourself as well. But I can't get involved in listening to 100 other opinions. Otherwise, you're right. You do come full circle on some games. If you do it on your own, then, that happens to me too. But I wouldn't let anybody else really sway you off of anything that you like.
No, because, again, I always tell people, if you sway it, you're paying. Remember that. They're not paying. And then, when you wake up the next day, you're like, man, why the hell did I listen to that? And again, there's so much information out there, way more than there ever was years ago. And that's one of the things we're talking to Rob Taylor. Rob Vino. Rob, what do you is there any out of 4 games that you do lean toward a little bit on under, over, or a selection?
Well, I find it hard to believe that Green Bay and San Francisco could play an under.
Me
too.
too.
The truth is that 15.5 right now. Again, Greek, so much of my handicapping is with totals, and so much of it depends, like it would on sides, with key numbers. And in the totals world, 51's a key number. And when the odds maker offers that to you, cash a ticket, you have to look at it. And for me, I don't know that Jordan Love's coming out of there with a win. But I do think, and again, I think we said this last week, or I said this last week on your show, the fact that they can run the football with Aaron Jones. Now, it won't be like running it against Dallas, because Dallas, we saw towards the end of the year, you could push them around, and you can't push San Francisco around as easily, if at all. But the threat of it is there. Aaron Jones is a legitimate threat to run the football, and if they can grind out enough, they can balance their offense out. So I think he can find his way. Green Bay can find their way to 17. And to me, I don't know how they stop San Francisco. Honestly, unless San Francisco's rusty when they come out, I think Green Bay's last 3 defensive performances are a little bit fraudulent. Maybe I went into them last week with you. Maybe I didn't. But the game against Minnesota, Jaron Hall starts at quarterback, and we have to chalk that up. And then they play against Chicago. Chicago throws away some great scoring opportunities, only gets to 9. And last week, Dallas did. They amassed a ton of yardage, but some of it was in garbage time, right? So I don't know that Green Bay can stop San Francisco. To me, over 50.5 would seem to be the best total play that I would have right now on the board.
Except for the first game, I like all the overs. And even in the first game, I can see the Ravens putting up 30, maybe a little bit more. And I like all the, and also you got to like the Ravens. They get a lot of field goals because they got the best field goal kicker in the league. So I could see them at 33. Maybe 33, like I said, 13, something like that. I think I like basically all the overs. The last 3, yes. The first one, I'm a little 50-50, but I definitely think that without a doubt.
And I couldn't argue back. I couldn't push back on any of that. First of all, I like when I look at a card, I sit down, I immediately cross off all the games that I don't think can go over, which is part of my handicap. If I don't think it can get over, I cross it right off, right? And then I dwindle it down to what I like the best. To your point, Houston's defense is in for a huge test here, and if C.J. Stroud, you need both teams to contribute enough. It baffles me, Greek, that game went from 46.5 all the way down to 43.5. And the only thing I can think of, honestly, is based on the 24 degrees.
Yeah, and the weather.
Temperature doesn't bother these guys at all. 17-mile-an-hour winds. For your listeners, just as a gauge, what I use as a professional handicapper better, in the NFL, I use 25 miles an hour. There are some quarterbacks who can't throw it through 25-mile-an-hour winds, but most can. But 17, 18-mile-per-hour winds are projected here. C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson can both throw through that. I know Houston's a dome team, but I just don't think the weather has 3 points worth of an effect. It's not like there's some key personnel out of this game. So I'm with you, 43.5. Hey, listen, you get 44 and 45 to your advantage if you're playing over. That's good. And the Tampa Bay Detroit, I lost a heartbreaker Sunday night playing that Detroit Rams game over. 38 points at halftime.
Yeah.
And,
But like you said, you need both teams. The Rams lost it for you. Because they were in the red zone how many times? And they lost the game like that, and they kept getting threes.
And it's one of the hardest things to project is when are you going to get touchdowns instead of field goals in these games, And the Eagles-Tampa Bay game, I'll tell you what, the same thing. But over bettors probably should have cashed that ticket. And a couple of bad referee calls, one that would have set up first and goal at the one on a pass interference call for Tampa, another one on a face mask on a 2-point conversion where the Eagles would have gotten it again at the half-yard line. Probably would have gotten the 2 points you needed. So there's a lot that had to happen for that thing to stay under. Tampa Bay can throw it a little. Detroit can't defend. We keep seeing it over and over again. Unless Aiden Hutchinson is stacking people. And they're good against the run, don't get me wrong. And Tampa Bay doesn't run much. But those receivers might go wild against Detroit, too. And I don't know. Tampa Bay is not going to have it as easy as they had against the Eagles with absolutely no offensive creativity at all.
Talking to Rob Vino from WagerTalk.com. Rob, I know you get involved in basketball also, too. Where are you looking at any hoop games that you like a little in college or pro for the weekend or tonight?
Well, in the pros, I did play already, Greek, and I'll let you know what I played. I played the Chicago Bulls.
Okay.
Team total tonight, over 114.5. We saw that this game really pushed toward the over from the opener, 223.5. Here on the East Coast, by the time 8 a.m. came, this thing was all the way up to 229, simply based on the fact that people are now realizing Toronto has totally changed their colors. They're going to be a fast-paced team for the remainder of the season. I think 15 of their last 17 games have exceeded this 228-point total. Emmanuel Quickly from the Knicks, your starting point guard, and then you follow that with Dennis Schroeder. It just goes to suit. And they traded away their best interior defender, right? Siakam and Pirtle's hurt, so no interior defense. So I did play the Bulls team total over because Billy Donovan's team has scored quite a bit lately. There's been some changes there. But I wouldn't argue anybody off of the Bulls themselves or the full game total over. And I think one more real quick that has a back-to-back situation involved is Minnesota-Memphis.
Yep.
Memphis has no point guard. Luke Kennard at point guard because everybody else is hurt. It's crazy. Minnesota, the best defense in the league, and a back-to-back. Maybe it just gets a little slow, half-courtish. And Memphis with trouble scoring to begin with. I think that one stays under 214.5. So those are a couple NBA games I played today.
All right, how are you? Are you taking anything in college or no?
In the college, on Thursday nights, it's mostly the smaller schools. But I will say this, where the bigger schools are concerned, I expect Utah to come back and score big tonight. Utah's been a really good offensive team for the majority of the season. Last couple, they haven't really been as good, but the competition gets better when you get into conference, right? But tonight they have Oregon State. They're at home again, and this total is 143.5. And I thought that was pretty shy, to tell you the truth. I think this one probably finds its way to 148 or better. Utah at home will dictate pace. Oregon State won't be able to. And if they're in chase mode most of the game, you expect that to go over. Gonzaga plays Pepperdine. Gonzaga is not the same as they've been over recent years. Obviously, when you have Lorenzo Romar on the other sideline, generally it's going to get up and down. They're a little different, too, not pace-wise, but they're not shooting as well as they normally do. Still, all that being said, I think Gonzaga Pepperdine probably gets over the 157, too. We've seen some increase in college basketball scoring this year, Greek, in a lot of instances, and I think those are two games where you might find yourself on the right end of an over.
All right, so you like the Bulls over, like you're saying, and Gonzaga Pepperdine might get over, and Utah you think has a chance to get over also tonight, correct?
Yeah, I think Utah, Oregon State will get over. Utah probably finds their way to 80 in that game and gets it over.
Now, what is the line in that game with Utah, Oregon State?
They're a 15-point favorite, so they're home. They're huge. Again, the recipe for that is get out in front, make the other side chase.
Yeah.
And that, because as we said before, you need both teams to participate, right? You got to get 65 out of Oregon State, I think, to be safe here. And I think you probably will, just because they'll be in chase mode. And they like to crawl, but you can't crawl when you're down double digits,
Yeah, I might lean a little bit toward the Utah first half. And, again, getting back to the NFL on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, the number one seeds. And I always talk about bettors, Rob, and obviously you might feel the same way. It seems like people remember what they see and forget the one seeds, how good they are, and they are one seeds. You don't hear a lot of hype this week about the Ravens and Niners, but you hear a lot about the Green Bay, obviously, and C.J. Stroud, both of these teams playing the one seeds. But I think people forget a little about the Ravens and the Niners and why they're there. And Lamar Jackson. We lose him, Jim?
Sounds like the line's still there.
Rob, you there? I think we lost Rob Vino.
We got Rob back.
Rob, you back?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we cut out there, buddy. You were talking a little bit about remembering what you saw last.
Yeah, people seem like they forget the Niners, at least people I'm in, and the Ravens, how good they are one seeds, and people remember, like, obviously Green Bay beating Dallas. That's all the hype, and that's all you're going to hear, and you hear a lot about C.J. Stroud. But, again, both young quarterbacks, rookie quarterbacks, going to the next level on the road is pretty difficult to win.
Oh, it is. It is. I mean, in Houston's case, maybe you have a little bit more veteran. I can't even call it leadership, but your receiving core may be a little bit more veteran than Green Bay's is. But you take the whole passing game, to your point, on the road now, not just quarterback, but receiving crew too. And can they all come through for you? That's a tough choice. The only case you can ever make against these one seeds, Greek, in these instances is you're going to predict immediately that they're going to be rusty and they're going to come out of the gate slow or they're going to be overconfident. And I don't know how anybody projects that. That's all 2020 hindsight. After the game, it's great for talk radio to say, oh, my God, they weren't ready for it. They weren't prepared. But these two head coaches, Harbaugh and Shanahan on the other side, those teams will be ready. And they are. Without question, they're the superior teams in those two games.
I agree with you 100%. I think they'll be ready to go. Again, both lines, pretty odd that they're both about 9.5, 10 with 1 seeds. And then, like I said, then Sunday, you go with, I think I saw a lot of people I think are going to be on the Chiefs getting those points. Mahomes is tough to bet against. And Tampa Bay, can they go into Detroit? And I think that they can keep it close. Again, Tampa Bay last week looked like a totally different team. The week before, they're playing and they barely could score 9 against Carolina, and then they go next week throwing a ball all over the place, and they look like the old 49ers.
Yeah, that's got a lot to do with defensive coordinators and defenses on both those teams. Eagles just an absolute mess. I know everybody's seen the highlight by now of a crossing pattern run by Tampa where 2 Eagles knock each other off. They're just a mess on the defensive side. Detroit's not a great defensive team. They're not even as good as Carolina, but again, they do play the run well. I think they're number 2 or 3 against the run. But Tampa Bay doesn't hand it off, so you're going to have a heavy dose of passing, which is why, for guys like you that like over, and myself included in that pile, you have to kind of like that because Baker Mayfield's going to throw a little bit. Real quick, I just want to respond to what you were saying about Baltimore, San Francisco being 9.5, 10, and that's done intentionally to prevent people from playing 6-point teasers.
Yeah.
At 9.5, that 6-point teaser gets reduced to 3.5. You're still laying over a field goal. It scares people off. So that's why they leave that number there. A lot of times you'll see a game jump from like 8 all the way to 9.5, and you're like, oh, my God, what just happened? Nothing really happened. Odds makers just want to try and protect themselves against those 6-point teasers.
Rob, way to be quick with some education for our audience. Also, I got a caller. A listener wanted me to thank you last night. He said you had Kentucky -6. So he wanted to thank you for that.
I will take it. Yeah, that was part of a Wager Talk college basketball show. We had Kentucky also used it for client service. So, yeah, hey, they look good, Greek. I don't know what you think of Calipari's team, but, boy, they look good right now.
Oh, they're a good team. I think I know we got to go, but I'd love to see the odds on them to win it all because I think they're a good pick right now. You get some good money. I got the Ravens 18-1 in August on that for the Super Bowl, but I would take Kentucky right now because he knows how to coach them, and they get hot. They look good.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And let's go Ravens because I have them 12-1 to win the AFC, so we can both get paid here.
All right, good, Rob. You have a great weekend. Stay warm, and we'll talk to you next week, buddy. Thanks for the time. Talk to you next Thursday.
Thanks for having me, buddy. Take care.
Thank you. At Rob Vino, WagerTalk.com. Check him out. I want to always thank Jason Weiser, my attorney, who is the sponsor of the Greek Zone. Give him a call today, 561-689-8180. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. If you get into any kind of situation with an accident, lost wages, medical bills, property damage, wrongful death, or pain and suffering, give them a call and they will help you. Jimmy, great job as always.
Thank you, Greek, and thank you for listening.
And we'll be back tomorrow on the Greek Zone. We'll get into the NFL a little bit more, and we'll look. Can we go 4-0 in overs? We hope so.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it. It's the Greek Zone. We'll be back. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
The Greek Zone is